seconds for the moment of reflection.
Oh, okay. You mean during moment of silence?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's call this meeting to order. Tuesday, January 14th, 2025, regular Board of County Commissioners meeting. Can I have a roll call?
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
Present.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Present.
Thank you.
Now we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, liberty and justice. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And we'll do the land acknowledgement. I acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people who know it as Oga Poge Owingeh, White Shell Water Place. And then there'll be a moment of reflection. Growth Management Department, Herbert Foster.
Let us take a moment. Oh, there he is. My apologies.
Good afternoon. My name's Herbert. I'm a planning team leader in the Growth Management Department. I'd like to read a passage from a book I recently read called Black Elk Speaks. Black Elk was Oglala Lakota medicine man born in 1863. He was a young warrior who survived the Battle of Little Bighorn and the massacre of Wounded Knee. He wrote a book called Black Elk Speaks. He also toured Europe with Buffalo Bill. He had a very powerful vision when he was a young man, when he felt ill, and he shared much of his vision in his book, so I'd like to share a quick passage of that book with you today. He says, "You have noticed that everything an Indian does is in a circle, and that has become the power of the world, always works in a circle, and everything tries to be round. In the old days, when we were a strong and happy people, all our power came from us from the sacred hoop of the nation, and so long as the hoop was unbroken, the people flourished. The flowering tree was the living center of the hoop, and the circle of the four quarters nourished it. The east gave peace and light, the south gave warmth, the west gave rain, and the north, with its cold and mighty wind, gave strength and endurance. This knowledge came to us from the outer world with our religion. Everything in the power of the world does is in a circle. The sky is round, and I have heard that the earth is round like a ball, and so are the stars. The wind in its greatest power whirls. Birds make their nest in circles, for theirs is the same religion as ours. The sun comes forth and goes down again in a circle. The moon does the same, and both are round." Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I want to take a moment to acknowledge one of the reasons that I'm standing here with you all today, which is that a woman near and dear to me, that was a mentor to me, passed away on Christmas Eve. Her name was Evelyn Lifshay Siegel. She was a leader in her community, not specifically here in Santa Fe, but she did introduce me to Santa Fe, so I lay blame and give all credit to me being here to her. She was a leader in the Fort Worth and Aspen areas, in childhood education, in the arts, and in senior advocacy, and instilled in me a good, healthy amount of giving back to your community, and Evelyn will be surely missed. Anybody that got to know her was left with an unbelievable passion for her community or your community, and she instilled this, go get him and go do it. And so I want to thank my Aunt Evelyn for helping make me who I am, and helping bring goodness to all of our communities that she served in. So thank you very much for this moment. Thank you.
So let's take a moment of silence. And thank you for that reading from.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. There are no recommended changes to the agenda as presented. I would just note that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted last Tuesday, and the final amended agenda for this meeting was posted on Friday at approximately 2:50 p.m., which is more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as required by the Open Meetings Act. The changes related to the agenda were primarily to update caption items that had approved on the initial agenda. So we would recommend that it be approved as presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we have the agenda. Moving on to approval of minutes, number 2A, request approval of the November 26, 2024 Board of County Commission meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, I motion to approve the November 26, 2024 Commission meeting minutes.
And I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions or negatives?
Abstain.
Okay, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Johnson abstains.
You can abstain if you weren't at the meeting.
I'll abstain as well.
Okay, Commissioner Kakari Stone abstains also, so it's, and then how about request approval of December 9th, 2024 Board of County Commission meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve.
And I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those abstaining?
Abstain.
Okay, Commissioner Green and Commissioner Kakari Stone abstained, presumably because they weren't at the meeting.
Commissioner Johnson, not Commissioner Green.
What's that?
Pardon me, Chair. Commissioner Johnson abstained, not Commissioner Green.
Did I say the wrong commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
So we're going to be like the two Annas over here. We'll figure this one out over. So
Blue suits.
Johnson Green. Okay. Number 3A, consideration of commission proclamations, resolutions, and recognitions. The first one, request approval of a proclamation proclaiming January 14th as Office of Santa Fe County Assessor's Day. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we know, last year we put community service high on our priority for our strategic planning, and there has been an office that has really shined now for a number of years in their front-facing, action-oriented work with and for our constituents. And this past year, they were awarded recognition for that work. I would like to read a very short proclamation, but we're recognizing that during the 2024 Amplify Conference in San Antonio, Texas, an announcement was made that the Santa Fe County Assessor's Office was the recipient of the 2024 ACE Award for Excellence in Community Service. For any of you who have had to go online to look at what your tax bill will be, or look for any tools for property values, etc., it's all there. So it is well earned. Whereas the ACE Awards reflects the OSFCA's commitment to innovation and community engagement during the years of 23 and 24, which significantly enhanced public services and outreach efforts. Whereas the OSFCA conducted a complete overhaul of its website, aligning it seamlessly with modern design and user experience of the Santa Fe County platform. And whereas, in addition to online improvements, the OSFCA has prioritized building stronger relationships with Santa Fe County, the Board of Santa Fe County Commissioners, fellow elected officials, and the New Mexico County Assessor's Affiliate, and the State of New Mexico Property Tax Division. And whereas collaborative educational discussions were held on various platforms, from radio shows to office gatherings, including meetings with Santa Fe Realtors Association and the local title companies, as well as participation in Santa Fe County's podcast, Beyond County Lines. And whereas the ACE Award for Excellence in Community Service adds to a distinguished list of previous awards received by the OSFCA, including the 2016 IAAO Public Information Program Award, the 2017 Thomson Reuters Public Sector Champion Jurisdiction of the Year Award, the 2019 IAAO Certificate of Excellence in Administration awarded to the Office for adhering to the best practice standards and for meeting all statutory requirements, and the 2022 IAAO Distinguished Assessment Jurisdiction of the Year Award. Now let there be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 14th day of January as Office of the State County Assessor's Day. I ask for the Commission's approval and any statements that you would want to provide in recognition of this award.
Any other statements on the, Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, and thank you to the Assessor's Office. I've only been here for 2 years, which gives me at least enough time to understand that you guys are doing a great job. And every interaction I've had myself has, as a commissioner or as a member of the public, has been super pro, always super helpful. You're always taking part in all sorts of activities and making sure that the community has that level of connection to the assessor. And, you know, you easily could be beat up for what you do, and yet you are smiling and laughing, and you make us feel as comfortable as possible there. And so to the community customer service commitment that we have all embarked on, you guys do a great job and are way ahead of a lot of parts of the county, and I think this recognition is definitely warranted. So thank you to the whole team, not just you, Mr. Assessor. You do a great job, and you lead from above, but deputies as well, and the whole team that is here. Thank you for coming out, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you for expressing that so well. Are there other comments? Yeah, you do a great job. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Johnson to approve, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it's approved.
Thank you.
Next, we go to 3B, which is request approval of a letter from Santa Fe County Board of County Commission to the U.S. Department of Transportation in support of the North Central Regional Transit District's raise funding request to implement its rural transit network. And this is a grant to basically build up their facility in Santa Fe County so they have a place to park the buses. Buses going forward. Yes.
Did we want a chair? Would you mind taking a picture?
All right.
I'm so grateful. And Mr. Chair, I apologize. I would also very much just like to hear very briefly really the vision for community service. Every tool is there. It's front-facing. What is the vision? How is it that people, what moves you?
So, Chair, Commissioners, maybe I speak too long. You're like, we want to give him a mic, but I'm here. No. So, the assessor's office has been an office that has been quite successful for many years. So I'm the new guy that is leading. These individuals are the players. They are the individuals that have been there for so many years, that have made this office successful and have served the public well. Commissioner Green is correct in stating that it's not just me. No, I can't do everything. I can't even do half of what they do, or 1/3, 1/10. Let's break this down into percentages as appraisers do. But I believe the key to our success is the fact that everyone in this office, they care about their community. We are a family. Our office is a family. Is our office perfect? No. Do we continue to strive to be better every day? We do. And as we do that, we see a community, we serve a community that's not always perfect, right? We're not going to walk around with blinders, but we continue to serve a community the best we can and with passion. If something's seen online, if someone wants a meeting, we're willing to be available. We're all willing to be available. And I just want to hear a round of applause for the group that I work with being my family, being the assessor's office, guys.
Yeah, so everybody come up.
Oh my God.
Maybe up higher. She's not there.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Thank you.
All right, moving back to item 3B, the letter supporting Regional Transit District RAISE funding request to implement its rural transit network. And again, that is primarily to build a facility in Santa Fe. Anybody have any questions?
Mayor?
Mr. Green?
Thank you. Is there a plan for where this is going to go, or is this just a grant in looking for a place?
I believe they're still looking for a place. They're considering near the 599 rail station,
Okay.
but I don't think that's final yet.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, I'm in support of this, so thank you very much.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I'm also in support of this. I wanted to note that the New Mexican gave great coverage to the Blue Bus January 4th, and it highlighted for our community the resources that are available for it, but also its sort of future, its vision for the future, and I think that this letter moves in support of that. I tell people about the Blue Bus. Often they don't yet know what it is, but I think that we have laid the groundwork for something great.
Yeah, I mean, part of our response to climate change is going to be promoting public transit, and especially if they, buy electric buses, which will be part of the plan for the site that they choose, will be to charge their electric buses. Can I have a motion?
Folks, you guys, it's your letter. I'll make
I'd
them.
like to motion to approve the support for the letter to the NCRTD requesting rebuilding American infrastructure with sustainability and equity RAISE funding.
And I'll second that.
Right. Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Now, number 4, consent agenda. Does anyone want to remove an item from consent agenda for further discussion? If not, can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second it.
All right, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, I got to get used to the new names. Miscellaneous action items. 6A, resolution acknowledging and approving the FY24 audit. Yvonne Herrera.
Mr. Chair, would you like the resolution numbers for our consent agenda?
Sure.
2025-001, item I, 2025-002, item J, 2025-003, and of course, item K, 2025-004.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
On the online thing, there is no item K.
I have it.
I better reload my board docs then, I guess.
K is,
Is it possible you're looking at miscellaneous action?
My apologies, yes.
okay. Okay, 6A, the audit. Go ahead, Yvonne.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. The Finance Division of Moss Adams are here to present the results of the audit of the 2024 financial statements to the board as required by the New Mexico Administrative Code under Section 2.2.2.10M4, and to obtain the board's acknowledgement and approval of the 2024 audit. I would like to thank the Audit Committee, the board, Jessica Lucero Muniz, the Finance Division staff, County Manager's Office, and all departments and their staff who worked pulling documents to help us get through the audit. And finally, Moss Adams for their patience and long hours helping us to complete the audit on time. I will turn it over to Corey Hogan and Jeff Roybal of Moss Adams to present the results, and then we'll stand for any questions.
Go ahead and present the results to us.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Corey Hogan. I'm a partner with Moss Adams in Albuquerque, joined today by Jeff Roybal as a manager. We were the leaders of an audit team of about eight individuals that recently completed the audit of the county for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. We have a very short PowerPoint presentation that I think is in your packets. We completed most of the audit work during the August through November timeframe, and the reports were issued on December 2nd, 24. They were released by the state auditor following their review right before the holidays on December 23rd. And they were submitted to, as part of that package, which is a 318-page annual report of the county's financial report for the year. It was submitted to the Government Finance Officers Association for their Certificate in Excellence program, which is something the county does every year, and receives this award, which is something to be proud of and honorable about. It's not something that every local government in New Mexico does. In fact, you're one of a few that achieves this award every year. So it does represent a lot of hard work by your finance office and your team, and then getting through this audit process, which, like I said, goes 4 or 5 months and takes them away from their regular jobs to answer all of our questions and requests. Moving to our first slide here, it looks like we got it up now. We did issue 3 separate audit reports as part of your financial statements. The first one is the standard report that's issued by your independent audit firm, CPA firm, on the financial statements themselves, that they're presented completely and accurately in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. The second report that we issue is a report required under government auditing standards, and that relates to the internal controls over financial reporting and compliance with those standards. So that's where, if there were findings or deficiencies in your internal controls that required reporting, they would be reported as part of that report. And then finally, the third report that we issue is specific to your federal funding, the federal programs that you administer. This is the single audit report under the uniform guidance. And that's where we are required to test a certain number of the federal programs and federal funds that are administered by the county every year for compliance and controls over the administration of those programs. And we had no findings to report in that area. Unmodified opinions, clean reports overall, clean bill of health. As I mentioned, these were issued in December and prior to the deadlines from the state auditor and were released prior to year end. Moving on to the next slide, we also are beginning 2 other special engagements that we perform for the county. These are called agreed upon procedures engagements. One is specific to the lodgers taxes collected within the county. The other is related to the housing authority, the real estate assessment, and we are planning to issue those reports by March. Turn it over to Jeff. He'll talk a little bit about the audit itself.
Thank you. If you could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to cover the summary of the audit process and kind of give you guys some context as to what work was performed by us. And so initially, we receive a trial balance from the finance team, and then we scope the areas that are significant, and then we review your guys' internal controls surrounding how you guys record transactions for those balances, and then we identify whether we want to perform, what type of testing we want to perform on those, if we want to do tested details or analytics. If there are any questions that come up during that process, we work with the finance team to get those addressed and then issue the reports at the end of the audit process. Going to the next slide, I'll cover some of the areas of audit emphasis. We looked at, you guys have a landfill, and there's some legal contingencies. There's also some recent GASB pronouncements that were released related to leases and IT subscriptions, both GASB 87 and GASB 96. And so we looked at how those were implemented to ensure that those were implemented correctly. We also look at other things like your guys' receivables, accounts payable, those types of very common things, as well as the valuations for the pension and retiree healthcare plan. We have another team that works with us that covers some of the IT stuff. That side of it that we're a little bit less familiar with, and so they work and look at your guys' IT policies, review the softwares you guys use, and make sure that user access and things of that nature are handled appropriately. On the next slide, regarding the federal compliance, Corey mentioned that a few minutes ago regarding the federal funds you guys received and the single audit compliance that's required there. There's some formulas that we use to determine which programs are required to be tested. You guys had 2 programs that were tested this prior audit. The first being the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Program, as well as the Community Development Block Grant. As Corey mentioned, we didn't identify any findings during our testing of both of those programs. What I did want to cover on the next slide is some of the reported findings that are included in your guys' financials. As Corey mentioned, we didn't identify any material weaknesses in internal controls which were reported or significant deficiencies. There were some New Mexico audit rule compliance findings that were noted. There was 5 findings that were noted during that process, which are listed on this slide. I wanted to provide a little context as to which the details of those findings. The first finding is the 2024-001 related to cash receipts controls. We are required under the state audit rule to review your guys' cash receipt process under the Public Money Act. And so when we were reviewing that, we did identify one deposit which totaled $383, which was not deposited before the next succeeding business day. That's what's included as audit finding 2024-001. The next finding, 02, relates to your guys' IT policies and needing to formally document those. There are 5 which need to be formalized of the 12 that we identified. We're finding 03 regarding user access reviews. there was some access reviews for financial systems that we identified that weren't being reviewed timely, and those updates being made, and just having those controls in place to make sure that user access is correctly removed when an employee has left. The last fight, or 2024-004, the collateralization of public funds, there was $5,584 of a bank account which didn't have collateralized funds behind it. That finding is related to the Public Money Act as well, and that was a repeat finding from 2018. And then the last finding I wanted to cover today was going to be a budget-related finding where actual expenditures exceeded the budgeted expenditures for the self-insurance fund, and it was the budgeted expenditures were exceeded by $60,778. So that's what that last finding related to. That's included in your guys' financial statements. Would you guys have any questions about those that maybe we can provide additional context to?
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question. So in these findings, do you have a deadline for report for the closure of these findings, that they've been adequately addressed? Is that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, in the management response to the findings, we have to provide a date of when we expect to have those resolved, and we believe that all of them, some have been resolved. The collateralization, I believe, has been resolved during the exit or shortly after the exit of the exit conference for the audit, and the others should be resolved by the end of this fiscal year.
Will we be, as a commission, informed at that time that everything has been completed?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, we as management will report to Moss Adams when we get ready to do the audit for 24 what our opinion is on those findings, and then they in turn will then, during their test work, prove that we are right or wrong, which hopefully we're right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Green?
Less of a question, but more of a thank you for both the finance team and to Moss Adams. I was a member of the audit committee this year, and considering we live in a community where there are lots of people that don't follow the audit rules so well, who will remain nameless, but you guys made it look easy, so there's something that you're doing right. So thank you for, despite having 5 findings, when you look at all of these things, they're, in my opinion, very minor. And, when you have one deposit that rolled over, I heard the explanation for this, how many thousands of transactions did we have, and one of them was non-compliant. So we did good. I understand somebody tried to help out and tried to, no good deed goes unpunished, as it turns out in that case. And so there's a whole bunch of these little, very minor things, and I know that we seem to be on it to address these as soon as possible. And let's just try to clean up the 5 and keep any new ones from popping up. But thank you for getting us this far.
Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the excellent condition our finances are in. It's really good. And I hope that the repeated findings related to the Treasurer's Office finally get resolved. They are minor, but it'd be nice to see them off the books next year. Yes, Commissioner Bustamante.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And I am grateful that they appear relatively minor. I do have some concerns with regard to assuring that certain procedures that are being developed are also trained to. I can't imagine that this is, given that this is the first that we've heard that there were issues with IT having procedures over the infrastructure and training and having those policies and procedures written, I would be most concerned with making sure that for all of these areas where something has been found, that we know that staff has been trained accordingly on these. In other words, we've made the mistakes, and I'm sorry, but I don't really see that not having IT policies is a small issue because it just takes the one time that somebody might, and I do believe that we're working within certain protections, but I like to think of things when we have the turnover. If we were all gone tomorrow, who's going to pick up and make sure that we don't have someone who's getting into our IT infrastructure and getting information about our finances, or having access to our finances who shouldn't, et cetera, et cetera. We've all watched too much, I call it NCIS, I don't know. But the bottom line is we've heard these stories. The news has them. The reality is I'd like to really see that when we do have the policies in place, a plan for assuring that staff is aware of what those policies are. It's one to draft them, have them, developed because they needed to be available for the audit, and it's another thing to have them developed, available for the audit, and having everyone on staff understanding what the requirements are. So respectfully, I would like to ask, as we follow up with the county manager in time as these issues are addressed, that we have an understanding brought forth to the commission that shows how staff would be aware of how we wouldn't be where we are again. And again, these aren't, except for that one, that's a red flag for me. But the others, and they're processes that we have in place, but they're not, if they're not documented and they were findings, then we have findings in how are people trained to close those gaps. I appreciate it.
Yvonne, do you want to speak to that, or Daniel?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, yes, I agree. So the good thing is, in working with the auditors, they understand that we have processes in place to secure our environment. Where we're lacking is the formalized documentation. So we've already submitted several of those to our legal department for review. Once that happens, I'll sign off on them. The county manager will look at them, and sign off on them. And at that point, we'll translate them into the rest of the team to document those and show that this is the process we follow. Fortunately, again, working with the auditors, we're doing the things. We just hadn't been great at actually documenting them out.
Okay, we need a motion to approve the audit.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution acknowledging and approving the fiscal year 2024 audit.
I second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? What's the resolution number?
005.
005. Okay, excellent. We move on to item B. And that's you again, Yvonne.
Commissioners, finance, oops, that's the one from before. So the county treasurer, the finance division, we're here to request the approval of the sample size of lodging entities or vendors to audit for compliance to Ordinance 2023-02, which is also known as the Lodgers Tax Ordinance. Based on historical practice, the county has selected a sample size of approximately 20%. And given the number of regularly reporting entities in fiscal year 24, we are proposing a sample size of 10 lodging entities. If the board approves, the county treasurer will select at random the vendors to audit, and the finance division will work with Moss Adams to complete those audits. I have myself, I think the county treasurer online maybe, and Lisa Katonic, marketing coordinator, available for any questions the board may have.
Any questions on this? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Yvonne. We have, I could see a reason to expand this mostly because we've had a massive expansion of people who are paying short-term rental or paying lodgers tax, namely short-term rental folks. And I would hope that in this first go-round of these audits that we maybe not make it so random and make it more of a compliance and organized, like working with the platforms, Airbnb, VRBO, these platforms that are collecting on behalf of the short-term rental licensees or permittees, that they're accurately able to document this so that we can sort of know who's paying what and what's going on there. Because I know in some communities there's, it just goes into one big giant bucket and you can't actually track things. So being that we're relatively new with the short-term rental ordinance, I would hope that we would focus on that so that we can go to better practices and make sure that we're getting everything that we're due.
Chair, Commissioner Green, that's what I intended, was to try to be a little bit strategic in who we selected this year.
Yeah, I hope it's not, I mean, yes, I hope it's somewhat random, but I also hope that these new large players that are in here, that are especially platform aggregators, have some additional review. Maybe they're not chosen for audit per se, but that we go over how that they are reporting. So, thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yvonne, thank you. What goes into an audit?
The audit for lodger's tax is just Moss Adams will select the entities, will pull all of their reporting that they did to the county on lodger's tax, and we'll verify that information to their records. So tying out the revenue to make sure that the revenue that they reported is what is being paid, is that they're paying lodger's tax on versus exempt revenue, and that payment was made on time. And if payment wasn't made, then was penalty and interest also assessed.
Okay, thank you. And what accounts for the population of vendors being, the ceiling being 90, but the regular reporting 40 to 50? Could you just expand on that a little bit? What accounts for the 40 to 50 vendor gap?
We're not exactly sure, but part of it, we believe, is that the short-term rentals are being reported through like Airbnb, a third party. So they initially started to report and then stopped because the Airbnb or third-party vendor told them that they were reporting. So I can't tell you right now. We see 40 to 50 monthly reporting. We have entities that report sporadically throughout the year. It could also be a cycle, although they are required to report whether they have tax to pay or not. I also think it might be education, making sure they understand that they do have to report. But I think a bulk of it is going to be that third party.
Okay, so to understand, some are self-reporting, others are
Yes.
using a platform to relying on a platform to report, but that platform may not be cooperating. Is that accurate?
Chair Hughes, Commissioner Fulton Johnson, yes. Yes.
So,
Mr. Green?
So to that end, I think a little bit of this is education, and either working with the platforms, that if the platforms do want to take this over on behalf of their clients in our community, that they have a process within the platform that we acknowledge and say that is an acceptable thing for somebody as a short-term rental owner goes onto the platform and says, they'll send us an email saying, we are going to report on your behalf, right? And so we should be able to, or a constituent who has a short-term license should have a very official documented process, or be told you have to do it on your own. Either let the platform do it if we say that that's okay, or tell each individual short-term rental owner, by the way, even if the platform is collecting on your behalf and remitting on your behalf, that you have to at least sign a document that says, look, they're doing it all for us. So I think there's a level of education that needs to go out there before we start getting people in trouble, but it's a learning experience. It's a new ordinance.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this item?
I will make the motion to approve item
6B.
6B, request approval of the number of vendors to audit under the lodger's occupancy tax ordinance for fiscal year 2024 reporting.
I second that.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passed.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Item 6C, Request approval of agreement number 2024-0264 PW between Santa Fe County and Horax for the paving, the paving of Encantado Road, which is very important to me. Go ahead. Bill Taylor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Bill Taylor with Purchasing Division. Before you, the board is a contract with Horrocks for an amount of $526,443.35 exclusive of tax. This is for design services to do improvements to the road, Encantado Road. It's number one high priority at Public Works and for the county to a lot of deterioration on the road. And we did an RFP selected Horrocks as the most qualified. And we'll stand for any questions. I have Mr. Lawrence Precia here with us from Public Works, who's the project manager. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Well, as I said, it's very important to me. I think it's an indication that it's going to cost us more to do all our paving going forward. The engineering is rather expensive, but yet we have to do it. So I'll make a motion to approve item 6C, approval of agreement 2024-0264 PW between Santa Fe County and Horax LLC.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Hughes, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you have it.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 6D, request of another agreement between Santa Fe County and Wilson and Company to provide engineering service for Avenida Azul. Well, Avenida Azul Multi-Use Trail Project, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we have a design contract before the board with Wilson and Company to do the design services for improvements to the Avenida Azul. The amount is $260,221.42, requiring board approval for the contract. Mike Hart with Public Works is here to answer any questions specific to the project, but I'll stand for questions on the procurement.
Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I don't have questions regarding this particular project, but I do have thoughts regarding new commissioners and the helpfulness in tying these to the priorities as they have come. And I just think for future meetings, maybe identifying where each project is in, in its line of priorities is helpful for us to understand how things get introduced and are approved. So when something is brought forth, we would say, this has been number 10 on the ICIP agenda. It's not, it's not specific to this particular project. I think this is helpful as we continue to go.
Sure. So this is an ICIP project. It's ranked number 4 in our lists. The design on this is going to take approximately 6 months, at which time it would be able to go out to bid early summer and start construction early summer, early fall.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bustamante, would you like to?
I'd like to make the motion to approve. Is that
Well,
what-
okay. No, I thought you were asking for, did we hand out the list of ICIP for people?
I think in the future, I don't think we need to do that for this particular one, but I think as we move forward, and even if it's just stated this was ICIP number blank as far as where it stands in the list of priorities, it will be helpful. And I'm saying that recognizing we have new people at the dais, but I also can say that not remembering all the numbered, I know that I'm familiar with this project by name, and I'm working through in my head where different things are on that list of priorities. And I think in the future, it'll be helpful to just see, this is our movement on project number, whatever on the list of ICIP. It'll just be helpful for future presentations. Thank you. That's all.
Any other comments? All right, Stone?
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Carrie Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to add that how important that is because as a new commissioner to District 2, my constituents want to know where they stand on the list of projects, where they all stand. I know you come and present to something like the Agua Fria Village, but it is helpful. Thank you.
Now, do you want to make a motion, Commissioner Bustamante?
Now I am happy to make a motion because we like to get things done, and that's the intent here. So I'd like to request approval of agreement, I'd like to propose approval of agreement number 2024-0219 between Santa Fe County and Wilson and Company to continue the work on Avenida Azul multi-use trail.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, very good.
And I don't know if, as a matter of record, can you include a motion to delegate authority? It was 2 items. I don't know if we have to do that, but. Okay.
Delegate the authority to the county manager as part of that. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think that's okay. I mean, some motions have been simple as I move to approve item D, so I think. Okay, I think we can move on to item E. Request approval of agreement between JDR and Associates for construction services of the Chimayo Fire Station Apparatus Bay Extension Project in the amount of $1,109,868 and delegation of authority. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have before you a construction contract for the construction of apparatus bay at the Chimayo Fire Station. It's competitive. We received 4 bids that were relatively within range, close range of each other. The project will involve the addition of the bay, storage closets, ADA improvements, grading and drainage, asphalted parking lot and such. With that, we have Ira Roybal with Public Works here for any questions from the board. We'll stand for questions at this time.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Green.
Just a quick thank you. This is a project that has been on the books for longer than I've been a commissioner, and so it's nice to see this come in, I think, on budget, right? Did we negotiate it down to the price that we had thought it? We got it down there? And yes? Okay,
Yes,
great,
it's
great.
within budget, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, yes, it's in budget.
The one little design request of it is that I know that there is in the area some of the ISPs, internet service providers, are looking potentially to co-locate on top of county facilities, and this is one of those ideal facilities to put a broadband antenna on top of the building. So I don't know if one of those closets and some conduit can be made sure to be brought into the building, so it's easier to string fiber to it when fiber gets there. So it's built ready. Thank you.
Okay. And any other comments?
I will make a motion to request approval of item 6E, an approval of an agreement number 2025-0087 PW with JDR and Associates LLC for construction services for the Chimayo Fire Station Apparatus Bay expansion project in the amount of $1,109,868 exclusive of GRT and delegation of authority to the county manager.
I'd like to second that motion with a little bit of discussion.
Go ahead, discussion.
This is great, and there are conversations now about looking at regional hazmat structures and response. Is this bay going to be adequate for growth, for any kind of growth? I think we're all very hyper aware of what's happening in California right now. As we start to strategize and work with various parts within the county, and then those entities outside of the county that present even hazardous material risk, this particular modification is going to provide enough room for any kind of expanse. Can we assume that? And I see that we might be getting an additional bit of input.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, as of right now, the extension is specifically designed to hold additional fire apparatus vehicles. I'm not entirely sure what type of expansion is available given what the design currently holds, but we can look into that and see what kind of options there are. I can reach out and see in more specific what you're referring to in terms of expansion. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like what you're asking would fit this particular design.
Thank you.
Still a second to the motion? Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Commissioner Bustamante, one of the cool things about the Chimayo volunteers is a very large percentage of them are hazardous material experts from the Los Alamos labs, and they are like the top of the game, right? They are not just me putting on a suit and trying to fight a fire. These are really unbelievably well-trained people.
Excellent.
And Chimayo definitely is well covered in that. I can't speak so knowledgeably about other districts, but that district, I've met the chief and a bunch of the staff there, and they literally are the best of the best.
I
It's amazing.
appreciate that. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Any other comments, concerns? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's approved. Next is 6F, request approval of 5 multiple source, multiple term agreements for the provision of office supplies for Santa Fe County departments and divisions, and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign purchase orders. Go ahead, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As presented by the chair, these are multiple term 4-year contracts with 5 different firms that provide materials, learning materials, cleaning supplies, office supplies, a multitude. It's a price agreement for our departments so they can operate and utilize these on-call contracts, price agreements to purchase their items. With that, we would stand for questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair and Bill, I can understand that these were all put out through normal RFP and preference for local purchasing.
Actually, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, this was done as an IFP. The local county preference is only for requests for proposals to give it more points in selection. The intent was not to use our local preference, but in-state preference from this General Services Department the state gives were applied to the IFB.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you, Bill, because that was something that was related to my question. I see 4 out of 6 applied were out of state, and 4 out of 5 end up being from that we approve are from out of state. And I'm hoping that we can either from up here get some give you some guidance as to when somebody makes a decision that they try to buy as local as possible. And whatever support you need to make that how you buy, and it may not be you, it might be somebody else, whoever you're authorizing to do this, that whatever guidance that we can give you to give them to say, for instance, try Matthews Office Supply first because they're the ones that are most local out of this. And if, all things being equal, shop local.
Right. And Mr. Chair, Commissioner, just by practice, in my time here at the county, Matthews Office Supply has always been the practice to go, the departments typically go there. New Mexico Office Supply and Matthews. Typically, the out-of-state are used if there's a particular product or material that Matthews doesn't carry. But the practice has been, through the years I've been here, has always been local. But we re-review the requests that come in from the departments, and we make sure that those items are identified and see if there are any options if they're buying from out of state. If they, of course, we have to look at best price. And so those are the things we look at when it comes in. But primarily the practice has been to use the local Matthews Office Supply and Albuquerque Office Supply.
Perfect. Great. You're way ahead of us. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I second the emphasis on local purchasing. I wonder, because I'm new here and I haven't been through this process before, if there's an eye to sustainability or the sort of use of office products are used every day by every person, and lessening our impact on the environment. Is that something that goes into an IFP?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Johnson, not specifically.
Well,
it's lowest price on the IFB.
So-
We could
so
do an
price is-
RFP. I'm sorry.
No, sorry to interrupt you. Price is the key target, and not necessarily lessening plastic impact. Anyway, I think that's something we should consider going forward.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioner, we do have those policies in the county, and we could emphasize to our departments that to go with best products.
I think
best
striking a
value
balance
products.
is important. Not going one way or the other entirely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion on this item?
I will make the motion to requesting approval of 5 multiple source, multiple term agreements for the provision of office supplies for Santa Fe County departments and divisions, numbers 2025-0122 A through E, CMO-TJ, and 2, delegation of authority to the county manager to sign purchase orders.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Okay, that passes. We move on to item 6G, request approval of a permanent easement agreement between Santa Fe County and the United States of America, acting through the Department of Energy National Security Administration for the Los Alamos County NM4 East Jemez Road traffic signal and electric line. This is a very interesting item, if nothing else. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have installed a new traffic signal and intersection out right near the Los Alamos County line at New Mexico 4 and East Jemez Road. It's on land owned by Los Alamos County and operated by the labs. And in this case, we have an obligation to maintain the traffic signal, but it's not within an existing New Mexico DOT right-of-way like most of them are. So in this case, the Department of Energy wants to grant us a permanent utility easement so we can maintain the traffic signal.
Okay, any questions?
Nope, I'll make the motion. Making a motion to request approval of a permanent easement agreement number 2024-0108 PW between Santa Fe County and the United States of America, acting by and through the Department of Energy National Nuclear Security Administration for the Los Alamos County, New Mexico 4 East Jemez Road traffic signal and electric line.
I second it.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 6H. A resolution to declare the eligibility and intent of Santa Fe County submit an application to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for federal fiscal year 26 plus Recreation Trails Program. Adeline Murphy.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, hi, my name is Adeline Murphy. I'm the Open Space and Trails Planner with Santa Fe County in the Growth Management Department. And we are requesting the board's approval of a resolution that directs staff to submit a Recreational Trails Program or RTP grant application in the amount of $427,200 with a $72,800 local match for a total project amount of $500,000 to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the preliminary engineering of segment 7 of the rail trail from US 285 to County Road 33, or Old Lamy Trail. And this project is ranked number 10 in the fiscal year 2027 ICIP. This is an approximately 1 mile segment of trail, and it includes the study and selection of the preferred trail alignment, which includes a safe crossing over US 285, which makes it a pretty expensive project. It'll likely either be an underpass or overpass. And also, voters approved bond funding for this segment in 2024 in the approximate amount of $7.5 million. The RTP is a reimbursable grant program with a 14.56 local match requirement, and the grant application requires a resolution that indicates that Santa Fe County has sufficient funds for the local match and sufficient funds to pay for all project costs up front, as this is a reimbursement program, that the county agrees to pay any costs that exceed the project grant amount if the grant is awarded, and that the county acknowledges responsibility to operate and maintain the trail for the usable life of the project. So we are requesting approval of this resolution declaring eligibility and intent of Santa Fe County to submit an application to NMDOT for federal fiscal years 26 plus recreational trails program in the amount of $427,200 and delegating to the county manager authority to execute all related documents and agreements. Thank you, and I stand for any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bustamante.
Thank you, Adeline. Question about the expected use of this particular trail. Is there a high demand for this? And I'll just say I've rode my bike up and down the 285, and it wasn't problematic. It's the windiest part of the route, but what kind of use is anticipated for this investment?
I can't really speak to any hard data about the anticipated use, but the Metropolitan Planning Organization did put a count on another section of the trail, excuse me, and they found that there are 52,000 users per year on the rail trail.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Adeline, what is the timeline for the study, and will the overpass, underpass issue come before the board, or will there be a recommendation from the study?
That's a good question as to whether or not it will go before the board. I presume it would, because the cost of implementing the project will likely be at the threshold where the board would have to approve it. Public Works will be managing this project, so they could speak more to that question.
Thank you.
Yes is the short answer.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Adeline. The most important part of this is my favorite word in government services. It's a grant. So go for it. Win it. Let's put this money, other people's money, to use on behalf of our community, and let's win it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone care to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll try. This will be my first. Move to approve. Let's see if I get this right. Approve a resolution declaring the eligibility and intent of Santa Fe County to submit an application to the New Mexico Department of Transportation for federal fiscal years 2026 plus recreational trails program RTP grant in the amount of $1,200 and delegating it to the county manager authority to execute all related documents and agreements.
And I'll second that. Good job.
Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Johnson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, you have
Thank you.
permission, Adeline.
Resolution number 2025-006.
06, okay, very good. Thanks for jumping in with the resolution number right at the right time. Let's go to 6I, resolution number 2024, resolution approving the commitment and provision of awarded Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas funds and Santa Fe County Developer Assistance Program to the county Nueva Ezequiel. So same thing we discussed, same project we discussed during the housing meeting. Go ahead, Paul Olson.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Paul Olofsson with the Community Development Department. And yes, this is the same project we were discussing at the Housing Authority meeting. I want to make one quick correction on the caption. It should have been, excuse me, Resolution 2025, blank A resolution. And that was a typo on my part.
Ah, yes.
So, because we're in 25. So, before you is a request to approve a resolution that would commit the funding from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas that the county has already received. That's $1,855,000. And also the developer assistance funds that the county has approved. And that's in the amount of, let me find it. I want to say 500. I'll find it. But so committing both of these two funding sources to the Nueva Ezequiel 9 project contingent upon funding of the low-income tax credits at a future date. And this is part of the application process to Housing New Mexico, and they require a specific format and resolution. And so that's what we're presenting before you. And a little background, I think most of you are familiar. Nueva Ezequiel 4% is a 106-unit family project, and Nueva Ezequiel 9 is a 53-unit seniors project. And this is for the 53-unit senior project that we're speaking of today. And we did go out to RFP in 2023, selected our development partner, which is TWG. We've been working with them for about a year now. We did get or not even a year, we did get the 4% low-income tax credit application in November, and now the 9% application is due at the end of this month. Some of the specifics on the agreement, it would provide for these funds to be applied, if we get the tax credit funding, to be applied to the project for the term of the affordability period. And in this case, we're trying to request from Housing New Mexico. I'm sorry, they changed their name, I forget. Permanent or perpetual affordability, as they may determine that. That's a new category this year for their application process. And so we're not quite sure exactly what that term will be, but it'll be more than the standard term of 15 or 30 years that we usually see. So these funds will be in the project for quite some time, but they also provide for 100% affordability, and they help the scoring of the project as it moves forward. So with that, I would stand for any questions. Also, we have our housing consultant went here in the audience, Jen Lopez with Project Moxie, if there's any other questions.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Kukari-Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Could you clarify the amount that is committed from the county currently and the estimated amount moving forward? I think I could not hear the amount you were citing.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the amount from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas is $1,855,000. And the amount from the county is Developer Assistance Program is $530,000.
And to clarify, on top of that is land. So that's the cash that we're giving But we're also donating land in this case.
And there's also been some soft costs before we got TWG on. We did some design work. There's been surveys, soil samples, a lot of other things have gone into it.
Any other questions or discussion? Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for approval of resolution number, as a correction, 2025. Is that correct? With the memo?
Yeah, Resolution 2025.
Yes. A resolution approving the commitment and provision of awarded Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas funds and Santa Fe County Developer Assistance Program funds from Santa Fe County to Nueva Sequia 9 LLLP and the Nueva Sequia 9% project in a manner that meets the requirements of Housing New Mexico's Qualified Allocation Plan, requirements for tax credit applications, the development partners, and eventual low-income affordable house tax credit investors of the project. As a clarification, the amount is the award of $1.8 million and $500,000.
And I'll second that.
1.8 million, 55,000 plus 530,000.
Plus 530,000. Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Kukari Stone, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution number?
Resolution number is 2025, though it does say 2024 on the agenda, 007.
Okay, we're up to number 7. Item 6J, a resolution
you.
accepting offer of dedicated of utilities and utility easements for the Tierra Antigua subdivision. Travis Soderquist.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Travis Soderquist. I'm the Deputy Utilities Director out at Public Works. We've got Jordan.
Jordan Netzi, I'm the Land Use Administrator.
So this resolution is simply to accept the dedication of the water delivery infrastructure at Tierra Antigua, as well as the utility easements, and then also the 10% warranty bond that is a requirement of the ULITA.
Okay, any questions?
It's a quick one.
Mr. Green?
This project is completed. I've seen work being done out there. Is it ready and inspected, and this is just the last thing to get us to accept it?
Yes, correct. It's
And
been
we have a-
inspected and ready to go.
And we inspect it, or we have a third party that comes in and inspects it, or?
We inspected it.
Great. District 2, if you want to take it. I'll do it too if you want. It's right on the border. I will make a motion to approve a resolution accepting offer of dedication of utility systems and utility easements for the Tierra Antigua subdivision.
Second that motion.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Kukari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the resolution number?
008.
008. All right, very good. That moves us on to item 7, and maybe we can get one presentation in before our 3:30 break. Presentation on Guaranteed Utilities Savings Facility Upgrade Project. Community Department, Jacqueline Beam, and Year Out Energy Systems Group, Tara Trafton.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Jacqueline Beam, Sustainability Manager for the Community Development Department. And I am accompanied by Tara Trafton, who is our project manager and lead for the IGA with Year Out. And we also have Public Works available to answer any questions as well through facilities. This is a presentation regarding the completion of the county's investment grade audit, or the IGA, and it's an analysis of the memo states 23 because we weren't sure we had the formalized amendment, but it's actually 24 of the county-owned facilities. and implementation of upgrade recommendations for subject facilities to include a guaranteed utilities savings return. That being said, we have confirmed that there are 24 facilities in our agreement with Year Out. In 2019, Santa Fe County contracted Year Out Energy, LLC, now Energy Systems Group, ESG, an energy service company, or an ESCO, to complete an investment-grade audit for 14 county-owned facilities in order to assess improvements needed for energy efficiency savings. The statewide price agreement with the vendor was awarded on August 27, 2019, and the IGA was completed in October of 2020. The county received a proposal from the vendor for proceeding toward completion of upgrade recommendations for 13 of those facilities and a guaranteed utilities savings return. Implementation and construction work for this project began at the end of 2021. The 100% walkthrough of this project was completed in April 2023. The total project cost was approximately $2 million. What we are presenting on tonight, or this afternoon, I should say, is phase 2 of the IGA project, which includes select facilities from the original contract as well as additional facilities deemed appropriate for energy efficiency and water conservation upgrades due to high usage. To complete the construction portion of the contract, a proposal is provided by Year Out Energy, ESG, based upon the upgrade needs found in the investment grade audit. Year Out has been selected as the SWA provider with the most advantageous offer, considering that they are a qualified provider of energy performance services and served as the auditor for the IGA in phase 1. Their qualifications as an ESCO provider and statewide price agreement vendor standing. This presentation serves as Year Out Energy's reporting, or ESG's reporting, on the completed analysis for the 24 facilities described in the Guaranteed Utilities Savings Contract, and energy efficiency, water conservation upgrades, and PV installations are outlined in the county's BCC-approved Operational Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Plan. Funding for the next planned 24 facilities is budgeted for a little over $2 million, and the funding gap is listed as a request in the capital improvement database. Funding will also be sought through financing state and federal opportunities. For this afternoon's presentation, this is a presentation only, and there are no actions required. However, we will be presenting when we have a more formal proposal in the coming weeks. And with that, I will turn it over to Tara.
Thanks, Jacqueline. Yeah, we're all still getting a little bit used to the new transition from Year Out Energy to Energy Systems Group, which came to be at the beginning of this year. So you'll see that commingled a little bit, but going forward, we will be known as Energy Systems Group. So thank you, commissioners, for having me here today. I'm pleased to sort of revisit some of the success we had on the first phase of the project and introduce those of you who are new to how this process works generally, and then introduce you all to what we've been working on with county staff as far as a phase 2 project. So we're going to cover a little bit of the background, again, the phase 1 and phase 2, how we arrived here today, generally speaking, how energy performance contracting works, and then what we're looking at as far as moving forward. So a little background. Energy performance contracting is a budget-neutral approach to reducing your energy and water use to increase operational efficiency. It's also a design-build approach, meaning that the engineers and the construction team work hand in hand to have a seamless execution of the project. And with performance contracting, we have guaranteed outcomes. So if for some reason we fail to meet the targets we've set, we're on the hook and we have to write a check for you all for the difference between what we've said we would meet as far as our savings guarantee and what's actually achieved. So here's just a little bit of background of EPC in New Mexico. We have enabling legislation going all the way back to 1978, the Public Facility Energy Efficiency and Water Conservation Act. And as Jacqueline mentioned, this can be procured via statewide price agreement overseen by GSD and with oversight from MNERD, Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources, who provide a third-party reviewer service to the county to ensure that all of our calculations and our scopes are accurate and reasonable. Basically, what we're trying to do is capture waste in your facilities, which the EPA estimates can be as high as 30%, and we're trying to funnel that back into improvements into the facilities today. So we're using those future savings to pay for the upgrades now. This is just revisiting what we did in the first phase of the project. It was fully substantially complete in July of 2023. As Jacqueline mentioned, it was about a $2 million project with 14 facilities. We reduced your utility costs by around 19%, your energy use by around 16%, cut nearly 1 million pounds of greenhouse gas emissions annually. And you can see there the different measures that were implemented, which maybe you've noticed around some of your libraries and other facilities, some of these upgrades. So LED lighting, building weatherization, thermostats, transformers, water conservation, and some solar arrays. There, I believe that's the one on the State Health Facility building. When we started phase 2, looking again at those high consuming facilities that the sustainability team had identified, we wanted to create a vision that would really help the county make another big step forward in your sustainability goals. So the vision that we developed with the staff was in developing resource efficient and resilient community facilities through electrification in support of the county's 2050 net zero emissions goal. You're not going to be able to achieve net zero unless you take that electrification step, which is why that's highlighted as a piece of the vision. And you're going to see that in this phase of the project, we're actually able to address some of those HVAC equipment replacements. So for the phase 2, it's 24 facilities. We're expecting to deliver our investment grade audit report at the end of February. The measures that we're looking at again are LED lighting, building weatherization, this HVAC electrification, which again is a critical step, wireless thermostats, high efficiency transformers, water conservation, and solar PV. The net project costs right now, again, these numbers are 90%. We're still finalizing. We still have that third-party review to go through, but it's at $4.75 million. We're asking for $2.25 in capital contribution. I'll show you later all the capital stacking and how that comes together. And it's going to reduce your energy use by 11% and your energy costs by about 15%. So generally speaking, how EPC works is there are 4 main activities split into 3 different phases. So the 4 main activities are assess, design, build, and prove. And then there's these 3 phases, which is project development, project implementation, and performance assurance. So we are approaching the tail end of our project development phase with this. You can see that that includes all of assess, where we've gone through and we've assessed all of the opportunities for these types of savings and optimizations in your facilities, and a little bit of design when we're going through and we're going to be electrifying some of your heating and cooling systems. There is going to be some design required, so we're doing those preliminary designs. And then when we move into implementation, we're looking at actually building out the project, commissioning, and doing our first verification of our performance at the very end of the project. And then we move into the annual reporting where, again, if for whatever reason we identify that we've missed our targets, we're on the hook and we write you a check for the difference. But on an annual basis, we provide reporting that we're hitting those targets. The state reviews them, your third-party reviewer reviews them. So you just have all of the risk of this type of large capital project that gets transferred from the county onto us. The way that we bring these projects together and the way that they make sense is by bundling measures. So you're going to have some certain things in your project that have high cost and not as much savings. And so what we do is we look at what are the things that are capital intensive that don't have as much savings generated, and how do we start to bring those into balance with some of the more quick payback, quick return measures to bring it into balance over the finance term. And here you can see that if you have something like HVAC and roofing, we can balance it out with lighting, solar, capital, those types of things. And then this is how the stack is coming together on this specific project. So with $2.25 million in capital and then leveraging the guaranteed savings to add another $2.25 million, looking at grants and IRA benefits, we can add another $500,000, and then we're going to be seeking rebates from all of your utility providers. So you can see how starting from 2.25, it gets leveraged into more than $5 million worth of benefit for the community. So moving forward with the second phase of this project, this is the schedule that we have. You can see we've already gone past a lot of our milestones. We've been working closely with the county team. We're anticipating delivering the IGA report in February. We're working, then we'll move into that project implementation phase where the EPC contract is executed and the funding is secured. And then implementation, which we anticipate to take about a year. And then we go into that performance period where we're reporting on an annual basis whether or not we're hitting those targets. With that, if there are any questions, that's everything that I have for you today.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Mr. Kikari Stone.
Thank you for your presentation. I might have missed it, but for phase one, do you have any bundling savings that you were able to get out of that phase of it?
So for the first phase of the project, the county elected to pay for it. So unfortunately, or not, it was just a choice, the savings that weren't leveraged, but you do still have the benefit of the guaranteed savings for that project. And there were bundled measures, so.
I think I'm still missing it. What's your anticipated bundling savings for the second phase of the project? Or say a little bit more how you determine that. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. This only goes forward. Let me go backwards. Apologies. So if we look at, for example, with this particular project, so we are going to be electrifying some of your HVAC. That is something that will never pay for itself. You don't do that necessarily because you're like, oh, we're going to be so efficient, it's going to be great, that's why we're replacing our heating and cooling. You do that because it's failing and the spaces aren't at the appropriate temperature. So that's something that will never pay for itself. The payback on those are typically, 80 to 100 years, and by that point, you've already had to replace it 4 times, right? So what we do is we look at other measures like LED lighting, solar, water conservation. This is actually a pretty good representation, minus roofing, of how the bundle is coming together on this project. So we're just trying to offset those costs with the long-term savings of the project. Another characteristic of these types of projects, which I think is important because now I've probably maybe raised another question, is the life of the project has to exceed any finance term. So you never end up upside down where now you're replacing equipment that you're still paying for many years later, if that's helpful.
And because I always try to think like my constituents do, is I think in numbers, and maybe the next time we learn a little bit more about this, to actually give some examples.
Okay.
As this would be this if we save this on this number, and this would be that with the cost savings, and then maybe putting together examples for us, that would be very helpful. It seems very abstract still. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, if I can address that. So in the first year of that first phase, I believe it was $100,000 in savings, but I can get you the exact figures. And it does feel very abstract because the savings are bundled into the payments throughout the life of the project. So we may have a graph in front of us that shows us how much we're saving, but until we do the measurement and verification, we don't know those exact numbers. And yet we're getting a guarantee from the vendor that we will meet those savings. And I can get you those exact figures for phase one.
Other questions, Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I agree, although I agree it was abstract, it was very helpful, and I think that understanding what is actually cost saving in a large way versus a sunken cost is really important. I would, and I don't expect you to rattle off them now, but appreciate knowing the first 14 facilities and then the second 24, and if there are overlap between them, if there's need to go back to one of those. Just in the future for the next presentation, I think that'd be helpful for Commissioners Kikari Stone and I, who are new here and we don't even, I don't know all the buildings. So I think it's a good start. And I appreciate your comments, Commissioner.
Of course, thank you both for your comments, and thank you, Commissioner. Happy to do that. There is in the supplementary, and I do have backup slides which include the some of the list for this phase. Oops, went too far again. So that's phase 2. This is what we're looking at as far as the, yeah. But
I do see that in my packet. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, but no problem. I'm happy to also put together the list of the phase 1 facilities. I think Jacqueline may be able to speak to it more specifically, but working with your team, we're putting, I think, a big dent in getting through the list of all of the facilities for the county.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for your work.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, there are 3 buildings that we're looking at to electrify there is an overlap in this next phase.
And what are those 3 buildings?
And those 3 buildings at this point in time, and one of them could change, we're looking at Benny Chavez, and we are also looking at the Agua Fria Fire Station, and we were looking at Edgewood, and we're reconsidering that. So that's part of the formal presentation that we'll be presenting in February.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. In the case of Benny Chavez, is that part of the current remodel work that is going to be done at the same time? Sorry, opened a can of worms there.
No, and thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. And that's exactly, as we have been going through this process, we've been working with Public Works and finding out their projects and the need to coordinate a little bit better around all of this. So decisions, we're tweaking how we're approaching this right now. So those 3 buildings might change, and it will be dependent upon what the grid can handle, as well as what makes the most sense regarding savings.
I don't know the numbers, but that's on Jemez, and Jemez is expensive. So, maybe it needs some solar behind there or whatever it is. So we're not just robbing Peter to pay Paul or whatever it is. But thank you. I appreciate this. And, I just as a word of sort of coordination, I really hope that every project, as soon as there's a project manager assigned to something, gets kicked over to you to say, do you, Jacqueline, does sustainability have any recommendations so that they can incorporate it into the project scope, as opposed to coming to it way too late and going, man, I wish we should have done that earlier. So whether it's, we have a dig once policy, well, we should have a sustainability first policy, when it comes to you, when it actually becomes a standalone project, send it to Jacqueline and make sure that she knows that this is something that they can add value to. So thank you. Good luck.
Any other comments? Commissioner Kukari-Stone.
Thank you for your patience with my questions. I am new, as we've established. And one question I have as we think through our county projects and looking at facilities, is there a way to stack and overlay these type of projects with accessibility assessments? How accessible are buildings? You're already out there, already looking at the facilities to make sure we're modernized and inclusive and people can actually access them.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, and I believe Public Works can speak to that. They did just recently do an assessment of all of the facilities in a less energy efficiency lens focus. So definitely coordination is key, and I want to say a huge thank you to Public Works staff for helping us with this particular project. And we will be working hand in hand going forward, because it is essential. It saves a lot of money when we don't have to open buildings back up, or we can make some of these decisions while we already have something open and ready to go. So,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the work, and let's keep making progress towards sustainability. It's great. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
We will now take a
very
break
much.
at 3:30 and come back as close to 3:45 we can for matters of public concern. But right now is a break. Stretch your legs, etc. get started. We'll move on to the item of matters from public concern to be heard at 3:45 roughly. Everyone gets 3 minutes who wants to speak. And I think we'll first take people in the chambers. Is there someone in the chambers who wish to speak? Yes, come up to the microphone. And Daniel, you're going to do a timer? So there'll be you'll see your timer up there. Wait.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you to all the commissioners for your work to make Santa Fe a great county to live in. My name is Debbie Bryant, and I live off Spur Ranch Road in Lamy. 45 years ago, I visited Santa Fe for the first time and I fell in love. And ever since then, I've been trying to get back. In 2013, the George O'Keeffe Museum hired me and moved me here, and I'm living the dream. 8 years ago, I bought my dream home in Rancho San Lucas, which is just off Spur Ranch Road. It was built by E.J. Jennings, my hero. But 1 week ago, my doctor said if she were me, she'd move in town away from the dust cloud that we live in by being near Spur Ranch Road. And I did bring, my printer would not print color photographs, but I did bring photographs. May I pass these?
Sure.
Oh, by the way, I'm accompanied by several good neighbors of mine. So when you see these photos, you'll realize why I believe my asthma is caused, at least in part, by where I live. I'm currently taking inhalers, steroids, and oxygen to counteract the asthma. Spur Branch Road has approximately 150 homes that use it as a connector to Highway 285. If you think that there's an average of 2 cars per household, that means 600 cars are going back and forth on Spur Branch Road every day, sometimes more than once a day. This is in addition to school buses, FedEx trucks, UPS trucks, waste management trucks, newspaper delivery people, El Dorado Water District, it's servicing tanks off Spur Ranch Road, construction workers, service workers, and others. I've heard that over 50% of the roads in Santa Fe County are not paved, but I wonder how many roads in our county are used as much as our road is. Last year, I led a fundraising effort with the president of Spur Ranch Road Association and others, and our neighbors contributed $115,000 to improve the road by adding 6 inches of base course so that the road was simply safe. Now we need you, our county representatives, to expedite taking over the maintenance of the road and ultimately, we hope, paving the road. That's because we want to live safely where we do in this extraordinary place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the chamber who wishes to speak?
I'm accompanied by, oh, I think I said that, by my neighbors.
Is there anyone online?
Mr. Chair, Chris Michels would like to speak.
Okay. Chris Michels, unmute yourself, etc.
Yes, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yes. We're a bit out of sequence here. I hope. Hello. We seem a bit out of sequence because I expected to speak after the presentation concerning the ethics board, and it seems I'm going before them. The issue of the ethics board is very much demanding of your attention because the board to this point has been. I'm getting a lot of audio. It's disturbance. Anyway, so what I wish to, when the ethics board speaks, I hope that you listen very carefully and look at their material that they provided, because they provided it very late and you may not have read it. So, because the material that they're speaking to was actually provided late Friday, and you may well not have seen it. What they're proposing to put before you is the question of whether they should, how they should proceed, and they're basically suggesting that their role be expanded. Where I think, in fact, if you look at the history of the board, they should be eliminated. The current issue that's coming up and why they're approaching you is because the county manager threatened one of the commissioners, Mr. Green, with an ethics complaint back in July, which caused Mr. Green to apparently raise the issue of what the function of the ethics board is, which is a good question, because the ethics board should not be able to. The ethics board should not be able to be threatened by the county manager, who is their employee. What we're trying to so the actual role of the ethics board goes back to 2010, when the ethics board was established by the county manager, incoming county manager, in her who was taking power from the BCC to herself. That was very unfortunate, and it leads to such oddities as having the county manager with more power than the board has. The only way to remedy this is, I suggest, is to remove the power of the ethics board by eliminating it. The only purpose for creating it in the first place in 2010 was to attack the power of the BCC and their legal responsibility, and take it upon the county manager and the county attorney. This has been very unfortunate. Hasn't worked at all. It's been useless as a complaint to process any complaints because of the way it's defined. Again, the reason it's useless is because the only purpose for creating it was for the county manager to take power from the BCC. So please address this, put it on your agenda, treat it seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And even though we hear comments, we're not allowed to discuss it during the meeting. So we move on to the next agenda item. It's not on the agenda, what you brought up, but I appreciate the comments. Is there someone else who wants to comment? Not the same person. That's correct. Because it's not on the agenda, we're not allowed to. Well, talk to me afterwards. Call me on the phone. Item 7B, presentation and update from the Santa Fe County Ethics Board.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, good afternoon. My name is Clifford Reese. I am the vice chair of the ethics board. The chair, Janelle Mason, is a veteran drafter for legislation at the Legislative Council Service, and needless to say, she is very busy right now. And so she asked me if I would step in and pinch hit for her. We did meet, the board met last week, and we discussed this presentation, and I'm going to present what we discussed very briefly, and I'm also going to make one suggestion of my own, which I'm going to identify as my personal point of view. So I'm a retired public health attorney. I had the privilege of having as one of my clients, one of your new members, back in the 1980s, and have served mostly at the state level, 25 years as an attorney in the executive branch, 23 years with the Department of Health, and for the last 20 legislative sessions, I have served seasonally, just during the session, mostly with the state Senate. With me today is one other member of the board, Mr. Tom. And I'm blanking on your Quaid. Tom Quaid, of course. Tom is here. And one other of our members, Jesse Guillen, is also working today at the Roundhouse in preparation for the Senate, for the session. And our fifth member is not here for personal reasons that she needed to attend to a family emergency. I wanted to thank, before I get into the issues, two of your staff members who have been providing wonderful support for our meetings that have taken place. Usually they take place monthly. Gabe Bustos, who's our liaison right here, and where's Peter Valencia from the county attorney's office. He's just joined us recently. Both have been excellent, and I want to publicly acknowledge them and thank them for the great work that they've done on our behalf. Also, we want to thank Debbie Doyle at Wordsmith, who does a great job of transcribing our meetings. So we're here today at the request of one of your members, Commissioner Green, who asked me, well, probably about a year ago at this point, Commissioner, if the Ethics Board would come before you and provide an update on our activities and ask you if there's anything that we're missing that you'd like us to do, or if you simply have questions about where we are now. Now, I need to tell you that I am a new member of the board. 3 of us joined the board a year ago, and we have 1 year left in our term. We have 2 longer-term members, Mr. Quaid and Ms. Mason. And so if you have questions about what happened before a year ago, I don't have that information. I just have hearsay, and as lawyers, we don't particularly rely on hearsay. So I'm not going to address the deep past, distant past, but I do want to give a little bit of background on how the Ethics Board was created, and for your consideration, and particularly for the new members that are here. By the way, all 5 of us, our terms end in September, so you can anticipate a future agenda item for appointments and reappointments to the board, depending on who wishes to be on the board, who the current members, if they wish to stay, and so forth. So you'll be hearing from us again. So the Ethics Board was created in 2010. It was created by ordinance. It's been amended twice and has been replaced in its entirety. And it's now, for the new members, it's Ordinance 2022-03, which enacted as part of that ordinance the county's current code of conduct. And also in that ordinance, related to it, of course, is the Ethics Board and its functioning, how it works. Particularly, the most focus I want to put on today is to give you an update on our 2024 activities since we took office or were reappointed as of September of 2023. So we've reviewed 2 PowerPoint presentations that the County Human Resources Department uses for county employees and volunteers to the county as part of the county's ethics training, so that we could get an idea of what you all are being taught and how that's been going. And I personally thought that the ethics trainings were quite good. I have been involved with the ethics issue both as an attorney in the executive branch advising clients and as legislative staff in the creation of the State Ethics Board going back to 2006. And I also want to acknowledge the excellent, I think, choice for your new county attorney, Mr. Walker Boyd, who is here today. I think this is his first meeting. He comes to you from being general counsel of the State Ethics Commission when it was approved by the voters as a constitutional amendment in 2018, and the enabling legislation was enacted in 2019 and has been functioning since July 1st of 2019. And full disclosure, I have done some consulting, some paid consulting as a retiree attorney for that commission. So in addition to the 2 PowerPoints, and we gave our feedback on that, we've also had the county attorney, assistant county attorney, we had a couple in the last year, make presentations on the applicable law. It's kind of a complicated area of law as it's evolved. There are some state statutes that only apply to state agencies. There are some state statutes like the Governmental Conduct Act that applies to both state agencies and local public bodies like counties. And that happened around the time that this ordinance was enacted by your predecessors to create the State Ethics Commission. Not a coincidence, probably, that your ethics board that we're part of was created around the time that the local government, the Governmental Conduct Act was enacted and expanded. So Chair Mason asked me to present some information that we discussed, and this is her part. Between 2017 and 2023, the County Attorney's Office reports to us that only 5 complaints have been filed against employees of the county, and another 2 complaints were received but not acted upon because the complaints weren't sworn as required by the ordinance. Only 1 complaint was referred to the quote, county contracts ethics official. That's a term of art that's in the ordinance. And that was a mechanism that was created when the ordinance was enacted to screen the cases, basically, that were complaints that were filed and presented through, and the complaints go to the county attorney's office. Let's see, during the existence of the ethics board, something that I find interesting, no complaints have ever reached the board since it was created. And we could talk about that if you'd like. I have a personal opinion about that, but I'll express it simply as my personal opinion. I'm not here to present the board's view on that. The board, including myself, has also reviewed other local government ethics boards in New Mexico. Who has them, what they're called, what their jurisdiction is, cases that they have, and I can give you a list. I'm not sure, it's not up here on the information that you've been provided, but you know, the city of Santa Fe has an ethics board, and it hears campaign complaints, campaign contribution complaints. Bernalillo County has a board, City of Albuquerque has a board, Rio Rancho has a board. I have a list, and I'm doing it from memory now, and I've forgotten a few. Other counties, as my research indicates, and the State Ethics Commission did a study on it a couple years ago as well. Mr. Boyd may have been involved with that study. Treat this strictly as a human resources matter and deal with it strictly through their personnel policies and don't have an appointed board like you have here. That's just a point of information, that there are different ways that these ethics boards at the local government level can be created depending on what, of course, the Board of County Commissioners wants. Finally, Chair Mason asked me to report to you that she believes the Ethics Board, after what she calls the heavy lifting of drafting the Code of Conduct ordinance, is in a quiescent period, as she calls it. And our meeting schedule can be adjusted accordingly if necessary, if we don't have business that needs to be attended on a timely basis. However, we're here today to ask you if there are any specific projects that you'd like us to undertake related to ethics. We'd be glad to do so within the confines of our resources. My personal suggestion, not the board's, is that the county staff be directed by you to make a data report at each of our meetings, and a report that would be available in writing to you that would consist of de-identified information. We don't want to invade anyone's privacy, particularly people that may have been accused of unethical conduct, but it has not been established. And that information would include the types of ethical violations that are alleged to have occurred, the current status of the complaints, how many complaints are currently pending, and the disposition or resolution of the complaint if that has taken place. As I said, I would guess, I don't want to speak for you, that you might be interested in that information as well, to get a sense of what the status is of ethics, compliance, and enforcement here in Santa Fe County. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have, refer them to others who may have the information that I don't have. And I also want to thank you for your attention today and appreciate the support that we've gotten, particularly from Chairman Hughes, who has attended some of our meetings, and we've been able to talk to him directly. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to stand for questions.
Okay, any questions?
Mr. Chair, a question. Do you have standing meetings? I apologize that I haven't been there, but I also have not been aware of the schedule for these meetings, and I would be interested in attending. Is it a standing meeting, or are they scheduled as needed?
So the meetings are scheduled as we see a need for them. They are done in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So there is public notice on your website. And of course, we announce the next meeting when we agree to the date during the previous meeting. I don't know what kind of information you receive from staff. I know you get a packet of information. We don't see that. I don't see that. So I don't know, and I apologize if I've given you information today that you may have already known, but I don't have that information available to me, although I suspect it could be if you wished it to be. So it is a public meeting. There's the same kind of notice, public notice that you give for your meetings under the Open Meetings Act, and you're welcome to come and join us. We will probably schedule our next meeting for after the legislative session, which adjourns on March 22nd because of what I've already described to you as several of us will be heavily involved at the Roundhouse during the session.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. It's always been a pleasure to work with you. I just have a question from your expertise and vantage point. How do you prevent complaints coming that really should be handled, you mentioned, in an HR process and protocol? Because, and you said the training's 2 PowerPoints. It seems like we're in a time of litigious and I got you and at pointing the finger type of social environment, especially through social media. How do we manage and prevent and be more proactive so that HR processes, communications, protocols, policies are managed first and people just don't start making complaints? I mean, you said only 5 came, but I can see in larger organizations this happens in state government and other institutions as well.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure. I can only speculate about why the ordinance has been working the way it has been working since it was adopted in 2012. And I understand that was a fairly contentious process, although I was not personally involved in it, so I have no opinion on it. Here's my personal opinion as an attorney in the public sector and someone who has been involved with ethics issues. I think your ordinance is excellent. In fact, it may be too good. I've gone through it in great detail and I've pulled out where the ethics board has authority to be involved, but it's never actually been used after the initial screening process. There is a contract attorney who does the initial screening for the county attorney's office, and they screen for those that are covered by the code of conduct and those that are not. Unlike my experience with state government, it appears there's been an effort for the people that are for the employees particularly, who are under the collective bargaining agreement of the county, to remain under the collective bargaining agreement of the county, and the human resources disciplinary process that is used for those employees. One possible option that we have discussed could be to increase the ethics board's jurisdiction to include both campaign financing, as I mentioned, although I'm not necessarily advocating for it, I'm offering it as a thought, and also to expand to whom the board has jurisdiction over. Of course, not to be in conflict with any collective bargaining agreement, which has the force of law and contract law, but that there may be ways to maybe loosen some of the restrictions that might allow more cases to be processed, and perhaps even some come to the ethics board itself. I think one of the attractive aspects of being on a board like this is the opportunity to do what we call in the law adjudicate, as you have that power, to be like a trial type body, to actually be independent and neutral, of course, but to hear cases and make decisions that are outside of any decision that may be made by a county employee or an appointed official who is not on this board. That would interest me, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, and I'm willing to do the work that comes to the board. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or concerns? Commissioner Green.
Cliff, thank you very much, and to the whole board, thank you personally to you for coming forward and presenting this, you know, open door, you know, this was, you know, we discussed this probably a year ago, exactly, so it's, or maybe even more, and just with the idea of always understanding that this is a work in progress, both from the 5 of us up here and for you all at the ethics board. You know, I don't know if I would say that we want to make more work for you, right? I mean, the idea is not to say, oh, let's open the doors just to give you guys something to investigate. You're, in my opinion, you're a backstop and a third party, albeit internal, but it's a third party to sort of look at some of the issues that, you know, when a line is crossed or gets close to. And so having that ongoing review of things and understanding that if something is triggered but doesn't rise to this, that there's an assessment as to why, right? And so before we say, oh, let's make these things make more work for you and make more things, you know, rise to that level, maybe the first one is as to why they didn't rise to that level. Oh, these were absolutely false allegations, easy, boom, oh, that's an easy one. Or B, there was something that needs to change in the ordinance. It didn't rise to this, but we see a problem with this behavior. Can you either come back to us and give us recommendations either to change something so that there would be a mechanism to address these things? And so I appreciate this.
Thank you.
Door is always open. I look forward to seeing you at the Roundhouse, and good luck with the next 60 days.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just the last point I think I'd want to make, let me reiterate. We're very data-driven, as you know, in government at all levels. I think perhaps more data collection. I don't want to make busy work for our already busy staff, but I think more data to really get a sense of what is happening, or maybe what's not happening, and why it's not happening. I think that the trainings are good, but the trainings may be part of why there aren't more complaints filed. Or I hope it's because we have incredibly ethical people that are involved with the county, and we don't need, say, a statewide type place where ethics complaints can be filed, but kept Mr. Boyd busy for the last 5 years. So I would hope that would be something that you would think that we can be asking, and we'd have your support to ask staff to provide us with, at every meeting, for instance, a data report, where we stand now. Has there been a drop-off? Has there been an increase? Why? Those kinds of things, so that we can collectively make informed decisions based on the most recent data.
I think that's great. And then in terms of the expansion of your role, that would mean probably tweaking the ordinance. Do you see a need for this? Is this something that other counties, other jurisdictions have seen campaign finance as a major issue? And then, if not you, who? And is there an independent or some group that is able to do this, that's keeping an eye on that for us, if not you?
It's a great question. I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I am looking forward to hopefully working with Mr. Boyd and his successors at the State Ethics Commission to have this training, this summit, this conference, whatever you want to call it, with other local government ethics boards and get a sense from them how they're doing, basically, and see whether their experience is applicable to ours. So at this point, I don't have an opinion one way or the other. Again, I'm open to more data so that whatever decisions we make or we come to you and ask you to make because it's in your jurisdiction, that it's based on some solid information and not speculation. At this point, I can only speculate why things are happening the way they are.
Wonderful. Please invite me to your next meeting.
We will. Thank you.
Any other comments? I think the ethics board and the code of conduct is very important. I like to tell the story how I moved to Santa Fe some 30 years ago or so, and my first notion that we had a county commission was seeing them on the front page of the paper going to jail for violating the code of conduct even then by self-dealing, giving themselves large contracts. And so we've come quite a long way. I do think we have basically an ethical elected officials all across the board. And perhaps the role you play is just, you're scaring us not to misbehave. I don't know. But so your idea of giving us a report on the, I guess, countywide violations or complaints, I think that's maybe useful. We could see if there's a pattern of sexual harassment or something going on. That doesn't seem very difficult. I don't know. I think you should propose to us other options you want to consider. If you want to oversee the campaign, I think that's worth us giving some thought to, whether that's worthwhile or not. But I certainly, if you want us to consider it, bring it forward.
Thank you.
I don't know. Are there other ideas you had, or those are the two, right?
They're the two that come to mind for me. Again, I'm speaking for the board, and I'm also speaking independently based on not every member of the board agrees with everything that all of my opinions, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. But I think you should hear at least some of the discussion that we've had and know that when we come back to you with specific recommendations, it will be a unanimous recommendation from the board.
Okay, yeah. Come back to us and present those.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to 7C, presentation on potential proposed ordinance providing procedure and fees for use of county right-of-way and county property for telecommunication, communication services, and amending ordinance 23-1. Community Director Paul Olson.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Paul Olson with Community Development. We do have a PowerPoint that really outlines the memo quite well. This is a presentation. There's no action being requested. We simply wanted to walk through some of the major elements of a proposed telecommunication ordinance, as well as get some input on how we might consider looking at fees. So this all started, we've been reached out to lately with different providers asking for either co-location or use of right-of-way, and so we started to look into options or opportunities, and we looked at the current ordinance, which was from 2003, and we determined that there was a need for some updates and upgrades based on the evolution of technology since 2003. So I am going to go through the PowerPoint presentation, and then I would stand for any questions as well. So why change ordinance 2003-1? And it's because, as I said, the county has recently received requests related to right-of-way and co-location on county property. The current ordinance does not reflect current telecommunications conditions, such as fiber optic and wireless, and telecommunication laws and regulations have also changed quite a bit in the state and federally since 2003. The proposed changes will accomplish The county have the ability to permit competitively neutral and non-discriminatory access to county right-of-way and county property. It will manage the county right-of-way and county property to minimize impact and cost to county residents for the use of the right-of-way or facilities for telecommunication purposes. It will promote competition among telecommunication service providers and encourage universal availability. It will obtain fair and reasonable compensation for the rental and use of county right-of-way and county property. And to the extent permitted by state and federal law, it exercises such other powers as the county may have to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, and ensure continued quality of telecommunication services and safeguard the rights of consumers. What will be subject to the ordinance? It will be the placement of telecommunications infrastructure within right-of-way and on facilities. Right-of-way includes public roads, streets, alleys, highways, waters, as well as on public facilities owned and maintained by the county. That includes county buildings and towers, and telecommunications infrastructure includes pipes, poles, wires, cables, conduits, towers, piers, stations, and other necessary fixtures, appliances, and structures. I'm sorry, that's kind of boring. I just want to make sure that we're explaining what we're talking about. And how will the telecommunications access county right away? An applicant would ask for a use agreement. The use agreement will require all permitting is completed by either the county and or any other entity that is required. Required information about the proposed facility and all due diligence. It will make sure any work is done in an unobtrusive manner and done safely. It will require facilities be maintained by the applicant or provider require insurance and indemnification to the county, require notice of installation to adjacent property owners. It will allow for a dig once policy to continue to be implemented and used, and it will recognize that a provider's use of county property or right-of-way is and shall remain a non-exclusive right, meaning it would be open to others as well. What will be subject? Oh, I think I went backwards. And next section is fees. We are currently researching best methods and standards for a fee structure. We anticipate a one-time application fee, and then also options for compensation could include an annual fee based on the property's gross revenue, or an annual fee based on linear foot of area utilized, or an additional option is annual fee based on percentage of county maintenance costs. Staff at the current moment, while we're still researching it, is recommending a combination of the above, a fee per linear foot for the first year of construction, and then a percentage of gross revenue for each year thereafter. And at least one county currently does that, and that is Bernalillo County has that type of structure. Staff is requesting BCC input on the fee structure, and if we should charge, we aim for the high end or the low end. And I think when we have more research done, we can come back to you all with a clear picture of fees. But we would like to have a discussion tonight on how we should aim for fees. Just to define small wireless facilities, those are small wireless facilities within public right-of-way, are regulated by state law, the Wireless Consumer Advanced Infrastructure Investment Act, and that requires an application, placement, and fees. Relocation, failure of a provider or person using the right-of-way to formalize a use agreement would result in the removal of their facilities unless they are able to demonstrate they have an existing use agreement or similar instrument authorizing use. And if such a removal is not accomplished within the time frame established by the county may remove of and dispose of disabled facilities as allowed by law. And that would also be part of the proposed ordinance. I hope I did it again. Also, the ordinance envisions penalties that would be handled by code enforcement officers. Violations would be punishable up to, but not more than $300, or imprisonment for not more than 90 days, or both, per violation. Additionally, the county could pursue other legal and equitable remedies as allowed by law, including breach of contract and injunctive relief and ejectment monetary damages, particularly in cases of unauthorized use. So the process for this ordinance change, staff will continue looking at fees and will draft a proposed ordinance, including the draft that's attached with this presentation, but more refined. And we'll provide more background on the ordinance evolution. We'll continue new and changed. We will outline the new and changed elements of the proposed ordinance, and we will add at a future date an item for the BCC to consider publishing title and general summary of the proposed ordinance. And it will have one or more public hearings to allow for comments and input from the public. And we do intend to try to make this move at a timely pace. And with that, I would stand for any questions. And also ask, I've worked very closely with Jeff Young on this and Michael Nunez, who I think is here. And if I missed anything, please help me. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
Any questions? You go last. Johnson, go first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Olofsson. I am having a little bit of trouble hearing you, so if you could speak up. Thankfully, we had the presentation for that, so it may be a microphone issue, just FYI. As a new commissioner, I think when we see this as a more fleshed out proposal, it'd be helpful to me to see examples using, you can anonymize streets, but what is happening in the 2003 ordinance and what would be happening in 2025. So how does that change the fee structure? I don't even have a sense of the increment. So if there's a fee per linear foot, is that in pennies or is it in dollars? I just don't understand the scope of it. Mm-hmm. So I think that'd be helpful because that would help me understand just the big picture of that. So that's just a request for the future presentation. Thank you. And then just I guess a question about types of facilities. What are small wireless facilities and why are they kind of spotlighted beyond the others? Thank you.
They are regulated under a different statute, I believe, and I defer to Attorney Young or Michael to help explain that. It's a different set of regulations, is my understanding.
Chair Hughes and Commissioner Johnson. So the small wireless facility is defined under state statute, and there's kind of a long definition, but it's essentially antennas that could fit inside an enclosure with a volume of 6 or fewer cubic feet, and other ground or pole-mounted wireless equipment. And there's some other things like electric meters, concealment elements, all those things. But in a nutshell, what we're talking about is wireless internet, right? Communication facilities.
And small refers to the size of the antenna and physical equipment. Right. Okay.
I think Commissioner Green also had something to add to that.
So to clarify, like some things are federally regulated by the FCC, and then some things are deferred to by the state. And then we come in with a more nuanced version at the county level. If that sort of, some things are way out of our hands at a federal level. And then some things are just skipped over, but they still are solutions out there.
Thank you, Commissioner. That answers the question about why it's spotlighted specifically.
And if I could add one more thing, Chair Hughes and Commissioner Johnson. So there is quite lengthy discussion about small wireless facilities within the statutes, maybe more so than other types of utilities. But there are restrictions on what one can charge as an entity for use of right-of-way for those particular facilities, the approval process, as Paul highlighted, the denial process, and those types of things. So we wanted to pay special special attention to those. There is a county ordinance regarding wireless facilities that was adopted by the board early 2000s, prior to the new updates and statutes. So we wanted to at least address the fees and issues associated with the small wireless facilities with this update, but there's no question that we also need to do another update to the wireless. So it's complicated, I think, in terms of all the moving parts with these things. And as Commissioner Green mentioned, there's the federal telecommunications laws, and there's the state laws that layer on, and the PRC at the state level does a lot of regulation. It really has the domain as to a lot of the telecommunications side under the Telecommunications Act. But that, having said that, the counties are given abilities to control the right-of-way and receive compensation and those types of regulations, at least. So.
Commissioner Green?
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul and Michael and legal all for digging into this. This is, any technology ordinance that's 22 years old is probably out of date, right? So this is probably one that should have a trigger that says it probably needs to be at least reviewed in 10 years. Even if we pass one in 2025, let's probably look at 2035 to make sure that, maybe it's perfect, but probably won't be. So my first comment on this is let's make it easy. Let's make it quick for people to be able to apply for something. But also let's make it targeted. And by targeted, I mean, I'm not against having relatively high fees, but if they have a social goal that is aligned with our social goal, whether it's affordability or reaching underserved communities, that we put a map together that says these are the communities that need service, that we would make it easier, faster, and cheaper for those folks to go apply in those areas. So, sorry, not to pick on one or to give examples, but a lot of these companies will go into communities where they know everybody can pay a high price and a high bill, right? So to use a great example with District 2, sorry to do this, but it's the difference between wanting to serve Las Campanas or to serve the Agua Fria Village, right? And the Agua Fria Village actually might be a better build in terms of density and easier to build, but the people that might be willing to pay expensive fiber builds and stuff might be in Las Campanas. And so I would hope that we would have incentives to get people to serve these communities that based on an assessment are targeted as underserved or financially strapped, and so if they can serve that in that way. Another idea in that space is if a provider comes into town, as I spoke to a provider yesterday or the day before yesterday, they were insanely expensive. I couldn't believe it, and I was like, "Don't you have a package for affordability?" He said, "We're not interested in that." I said, "Man, you shouldn't be playing in this sandbox with us." Now, they have the right to do that, but we should not incentivize people to only go cherry pick the high value customers. We should make sure that we're providing an accessible, affordable program for other people there. So again, to get the underserved and to get the folks that are that may be financially constrained. Another question is that Santa Fe is typically not the bleeding edge of technology, and so we have 5G technically in town, but it's not 5G. We have really 4.5G right now. Some of our cell phone companies call it 5G, but it's not. And so I'm wondering if we're looking a year or 2 or 3 ahead and to understand the types of equipment that are being adopted in other communities because they're more technically ahead of us, but we're not, right? And so 5G essentially means that almost on every light post is a small antenna. We don't have any of those here. I think actually, that may not be true. We may have a few of them, but we don't have very many. But that's a whole nother ballgame compared to big cell phone towers. And so I would hope, looking ahead, bless you, hope looking ahead at other communities who are ahead of us, that we would start to know that, and also to sort of maybe encourage people to upgrade our system, right? Because we have constituents all the time that complain about a lack of cell phone coverage. And so that comes to maybe we need to upgrade that. And lack of cell phone coverage, when we talk about public safety, the first phone call that somebody calls the cops or the fire department is with a cell phone. Nobody uses a landline anymore. We need to be really focusing on cellular and making sure that we hit those areas. Another area that I've heard complaints from, and you all in the room have probably experienced this, but it's not necessarily considered part of telecom, but it is a major part, is customer service. And we talk about this here at the county to have good customer service. But when we enter a contract with somebody that's going to be serving our area, that we should have some way of saying, look, you're great at this, good for you, or you're terrible at this, you need to up your game. And so if a wireless or a cell phone company or whoever is applying for this, there should be some level of customer service requirements in this to make sure that there's a 24/7 access or whatever the appropriate thing is. And again, yep, and so the other, pardon me. So the other, sir, we're in the middle of a meeting. Yeah. Another aspect is that I know that in some communities, when somebody gets a franchise agreement, they kind of live in perpetuity. And I think that has a risk to us, that there needs to be some sort of review and renewal. Maybe it's every 5 years, maybe it's every 10 years or whatever it is, so that we can make sure that they're upgrading the equipment. And so an example there is that, our cable company, whether it's Comcast, Xfinity, whatever they're called now, that they periodically, they've got a blanket deal with us, but sometimes they don't upgrade their system. They're like, we're here, we don't have a requirement to upgrade our system. And so whether it's a mandatory review after every 10 years, or it is a regular review of their upgrading plans. Comcast has actually done a very good job at upgrading their system, but some of our friends over at CenturyLink are the exact opposite. And so they've been around forever. They're a legacy carrier. They have a lot of our fiber in the area, but they don't make it easy to work with them. And so that monopoly sort of aspect needs to be addressed in this ordinance, so that if somebody has the only fiber to Albuquerque and everybody is forced to use them, that they have some amount reserved for community or some amount reserved for third-party operators. Because currently, right now, if you try to work with Lumen, they don't care. They won't build, they won't license, they won't do these things. But they have a blanket legacy project here. Thank you for getting on this. I know, as you mentioned, there are a bunch of there's 3 fiber companies looking to come into Santa Fe. There's a lot of wireless ISP companies that are dancing around here. We need to make it easy, fast, and make it where people want to invest in our community, because we live and die by our cell phones. And so I thank you for this. I'm an open door for this, and if there's anything I can do to help, please tell me.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you.
Oops. Any other comments? Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. We look forward to seeing the ordinance, and I'm sure there'll be more discussion at that time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we move on to matters from the county manager. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and Commissioners. Just had 2 updates. First, wanted to remind the board that the New Mexico County's Legislative Conference will be held next week at the Santa Fe Community Convention Center. There are New Mexico EDGE classes beginning on Monday, as well as the NMCIA membership meeting and EDGE courses that begin on Tuesday, with the event proper thereafter beginning Wednesday morning. So looking forward to hopefully seeing many of you there. Secondly, I did want to acknowledge that we are in the midst of a transition from in the office of the county attorney. Wanted to welcome Walker Boyd to the county team. As was mentioned previously, Walker is coming to us from the State Ethics Commission, where he's served as general counsel, I think, since its inception. We're excited to have Walker be part of the team. I also wanted to acknowledge and thank Jeff Young for his years of service to the county as county attorney. It's hard to believe it's been 2.5 years. I'm sure it feels like dog years to a certain extent, but it's been a great pleasure to work with Jeff. So again, it's bittersweet news, but I'd ask you to join me in welcoming Walker and thanking Jeff for all the hard work that he's done for the county as an organization and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, welcome, Walker, to the team. We will now go to matters from county commissioners. And we'll start with Commissioner Green, and then go to Commissioner Kakari Stone, and then we'll go this way. But I'll let you start since you're familiar with this.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm at one end and familiar with this, so okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody. First off, just keeping with the same subject, Jeff, thank you for your service. It's been great working with you. We missed your presence for greatly, but we knew you were keeping an eye on us from afar and from the Zoom land. And thank you very much. And Walker, welcome to the building. We look forward to growing with you and being a part of a great county. So good luck, and feel free to reach out, and we're here to help and probably not be a pain in your ass, but maybe not me, but yes. So thank you very much. Then welcome, guys, Commissioner Kakari Stone and Commissioner Johnson. Thank you for taking the time, energy, and to go get elected and to serve with us on the board here. It's an honor to be here, and it's great to have you on the board with us. I'm super excited for new ideas, new energy, and the passing of the torch. And so, if there's anything I can do to help, please feel free to ask. Besides that, anyway, welcome. Besides that, legislature, as we mentioned, starts next Tuesday. I want to reiterate the fact that it is 3 minutes from this building by car, 6 minutes walking. We should own that building, and I really encourage us to live in that building more than we have in the past. And so I think that there is an initiative to do a tour with our lobbyist and with our and Hutchie and our team in an effort to familiarize all of us at the commission level, but also the key staff that might be called on to help us advocate for a project or advocate for a law change or whatever it is that we need to be in that building. We should not feel like strangers in that building. We have an unfair home field advantage, and we should take advantage of that. I do kind of live in that building, so if there's anything I can do to help during the session, feel free to call, text, or whatever, and I will find a way to meet whoever, whether it's commissioners or staff. I know my way around the building pretty well. I know where to find people, and I'm happy to help coordinate that. We have lobbyists and we have staff, but lobbyists work for a lot of different people. So anyway, thank you and congratulations, everybody. Happy New Year. I look forward to serving with you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the county staff and everyone who made the first week of onboarding and orientation doable, exciting, especially Kimberly Verhill, Sarah, the county manager, and many others who've been orientating us. People have been extremely welcoming. I think it speaks to a commitment of public service. And on that note, I just wanted to recognize this moment. Monday is Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Day. I think at this moment in time, this is really important to reflect on his life, his legacy, but the movement of civil rights and what it means prior to inauguration at the federal level. We always have a change of leadership, and regardless, we have the legacy of those of the shoulders we stand on to show leadership, to reflect on what service is, what nonviolence is, and to be a critical force. We always call on each other in Santa Fe County to volunteer and to come forth. It's a day of service. And I just want to give a reflection of one of his quotes. We must use this time creatively in the knowledge that the time is always right to do right. May we all carry those with us and keep the flame of fire of civil rights going. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. A few updates for the priorities of District 3 and work that I've been doing. You all have been very familiar with the work that was being done with the other commission members for the CAHA. But before I go there, I too want to welcome our new commissioners, and I'm so grateful to be working with you all. And I'm going to miss Jeff, and I'm really I'm grateful to meet Walker, and I know that you'll do excellent work right where you are. It'll be hard to see Jeff go, but we're in good hands, and I feel very grateful for everyone who's here with us. The Caja del Rio, there's still last-minute pushes, but we've been assured that it will not be a national monument in this particular administration. Working with and given recent approval, and it may require, I'll find out more on Friday, sponsorship of a proclamation or resolution, whatever the case may be, because with the Energy and Environment group, with NACO, the National Association of Counties, we are going to co-sponsor the intentional addition of PFAS into products and preclude county governments from being vulnerable for that type of contamination that would result in that. So we're working both at the national level and at the county level via NACO, but to that end, also working with this legislature, specifically Representative Ferrari, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, but I have to tell you I like saying Ferrari because it just reminds me of something I love, and I like cars. I like cars. As well as the Environment Department and Energy and Minerals, to work on what we can to eliminate PFAS from our environmental hazard scenarios. So Ferrari at the state level, every chance I may be able to get to be at the Roundhouse to make sure that those constituents in District 3, specifically as we know right now, have been affected, but all of us have those not the constituents that we represent, but those constituents in our products. And what we're trying to do is say, not here, not anymore. So that is underway. As well as legislation that when I say we, there is a large scale, and we've heard, and with no information, honestly, I have followed the guidance of our county manager to not apprise myself of any of the information or the processes or the details of what's happening with the AES. We receive emails all the time with regard to utility scale battery energy storage. But we do have another project much larger than that that is proposed within Santa Fe County. It's larger and it's in Sandoval County, butted up against District 3. That particular project has every opportunity, and it was stated in public forum that if there was any type of breach to that system, and the question was where would the smoke and the trail of those impacts go, and the answer was to Santa Fe, and that made everybody in Sandoval County feel a lot better. So I think so. In a meeting today with the state land office, and in the interest of addressing this at the state level, as we are all going to, because what I've learned is these projects, and I think I was aware of it back in the day, because alternative energy is critical for our livelihoods on this planet. But when we talk about the risks to human health and the environment, we're not doing anything better if we're going to continue to pursue things in a manner that will affect human life and the environment. That being said, between Representative McQueen, Senator Stefanix, and another representative who is in Sandoval County, who I'm not recalling at this moment, they will be sponsoring legislation to address the bigger picture in containing, if you will, and identifying those locations that are best used for large-scale battery, utility-scale battery, or energy storage. And it would be something that the Environment Department, the Energy and Minerals, the SLO, the Land Office would all work together to identify and make recommendations for these are ideal locations, these are less ideal, as well as changing the current law that says if it is privately owned land, all deals are off, they get to do what they want, and we'll see how far it gets to go, because there are no regulatory elements to alternative energy if it's on your own private property, which is the current status. And right now in these larger conversations of what is the state going to do, because otherwise as counties, each one of us, and this is why there will be statewide support for this, we will constantly go up against any large-scale entity within our area that wants to put something without any consideration of maybe a better place for it or this being a good place for it. So that is underway. So I appreciate that, all your work. To everyone who has supported the CAHA endeavors in the past, that will has been stated to go continue through this next administration. Though the next conversation was to have a trip to Mar-a-Lago, and I don't think I'll be on that plane. I'm pretty sure I haven't got a ticket, and I hope not to, but we're not going to go there. I just don't really feel like I'm going to Florida. I understand there's a question for Commissioner Green.
Thank you, if I may.
Don't think it's appropriate at this time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my fellow commissioners for being very welcoming, and to my colleague freshman commissioner for a race well run. And I'm very pleased to be here. I want to thank the county staff, Manager Schaefer, Sarah Smith, the deputy managers, and any of the department staff we've met with to date. We will meet with the rest of you soon, and I look forward to that. Thank you for providing us that flood of information. We are digesting it. And thanks to Attorney Young. Nice to meet you in person, and welcome to Attorney Boyd. I guess I wanted to just bounce a little bit off of Commissioner Green's mention of the legislature. I think, thank you for the reminder. Commissioner Hughes and I had the opportunity to hear from some of our legislators at an event south of Santa Fe City this last weekend, and they have some good things in the works. One thing that I wanted to flag in light of the devastating fire in Los Angeles is that the county, the legislature is taking up a couple of bills considering increasing the amount of pooled insurance for those individuals or property owners who lose their insurance. And I think that's something that we should put a little extra effort around, because it's a sobering reminder of what happens when fire is out of control. It's also something that has led me to reaffirm commitment. Santa Fe, northern New Mexico, we have had experience with devastating fires, but we have an opportunity to work on prevention, work on coordination, and work on strategies of containment if, unfortunately, fire does come about. And I think the insurance piece fits into that. So that's something that I think we should all be looking to, not just in District 4, but in all of our districts to come. Thank you all for welcoming me, and I look forward to a productive 4 years.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. From District 5, I want to point out that obviously there are concern about the roads, as was brought forward. And so I think perhaps we should make a slight change to our strategic plan and really make improvement of roads an issue that we look at. Welcome to Lisa Kakari Stone and Adam Fulton Johnson. I'm really pleased to serve with you. I think we can accomplish a lot in the next 4 years that's going to be good for the county and good for the board. So, welcome. Now that Commissioner Hansen is retired, I think we have to take up the environmental aspect. And the next thing is we need to review the Los Alamos National Laboratories draft EIS. I think we should review that and make some comments on it. It is above our water supply, and so it directly affects us, what they do. The Martin Luther King Day on Monday is appropriate, and I wanted to point out there is an event at the Capitol this year. They had an annual event. They quit doing it because of the pandemic, but they're going to start up again. And so if you want to go on Monday, you'll be most welcome. And then finally, I think, given the Mar-a-Lago aspect of federal politics, I think we should take the opposite stance and protect immigrants, protect people who are LGBTQ, and anything we can do to say that everybody is welcome in Santa Fe County, everybody is important, everybody has something to contribute. And so, I mean, well, we all, I'm sure, are familiar with that very well. And so we may need to, and I don't know what form that takes, but we may need to take that. And that is it for me.
If I may.
Commissioner Green.
To the point of fire that Commissioner Fulton Johnson brought up, one of the requests that I put to County Manager's office is to really get ahead of the communications and our preparedness and our land use code, basically look at all of fire comprehensively. So, like, we talk about fire, but we talk about the fire marshal, and that's it. Yeah, but it's more than that. And it is everything from our utility companies. It is everything from our how the sheriff is going to direct traffic, how we evacuate, how we do all these different things. And so I hope in the next few weeks or months before our active fire season comes up that we have a way to communicate this, maybe update our website so that there's easy access to more of the resources. even looking at our affordable housing ordinance and the ability to, if we're able to upgrade somebody's water filtration system in their house, maybe those same people would benefit from a couple $1,000s because they're needier people to help fire safe their home from the outside. And so there's a lot of different aspects to this that are either through our land use code, through our community development department, through our public safety department. There's so many different ways that we can approach this, our communications, you name it. And so to hopefully have a summit that talked comprehensively countywide, but then also gets granular into different neighborhoods, whether it's El Dorado, whether it's La Cienega, whether it's Rio and Medio, that talks to the specifics of each community to make them as aware as possible to this. And then to the point that you brought up about LANL, they are going to be presenting their new site-wide thing conveniently opposite our next county commission meeting. And so the meeting that is going to be in Santa Fe is going to be 2 weeks from today at the convention center, 2 blocks from here, but it's going to be against our county commission meeting. And so I think if they're going to restrict our ability to be part of that presentation, I think we should invite them to give us a presentation directly to us here and just say, sorry guys, our meeting is long scheduled ahead of this, so let's make them work and give it here to us where we can answer questions directly.
Mr. Chair, if I may address.
One more comment.
I do. I appreciate everything that Commissioner Green has said, but we do have the LEPC of which I sit. Everything, with no exception, that you have stated is underway, including large-scale meetings to work down to the aggregate into various communities with each of our district, fire district entities. We had a very good meeting with Chief Black. We are working the LEPC documents, so our emergency response plans, our hazmat plans, all of those identify all of the communications, the strategies, the entities that would have to be informed and who would be engaged during any type of emergency. So all of that is in the works and will be communicated in the next several months. It is the perfect timing because fire is top of mind for everyone right now. So it's on a short calendar. We have a lot to do in a short amount of time because fire season is already here. And we do have sustained burns, even as cold as it is. So I appreciate that, but I wanted to make sure that everyone knew that we are working on this. And
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Thank you.
And let's move on to other elected officials, issues and concerns. Clerk Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I appreciate you talking about Dr. King. He was the poster that was hanging in my college dorm and often took with me to my first campaign events when I was running a campaign. So thank you. This last week, I was in DC for the Joint Election Officials Liaison Conference. It's where we meet with NASED, which is the National Association of State Election Directors, and the National Association of Secretaries of State, National Legislative, NCSL, and actually we do some meetings on the Hill. So I was with NACO, our election subcommittee representatives who are working for NACO, and they and I traipsed around the Capitol talking to new incoming majority leadership for Senate rules, as well as Mike Johnson's staff to discuss some of the proposed legislation that would affect voting rights as well as voting procedures around the country, to encourage them to not necessarily pass rules that would make it more difficult for us as local election officials and counties to run elections. Let's see. We also did some Hill visits to our new minority to discuss some of our priorities in terms of National Association of Counties, what our bipartisan priorities are in terms of consistent, reliable election funding to make sure that particularly our small counties can run elections, fair and secure elections. Let's see what else. am working on several bills at the state legislature, so you will see me hopefully in several committees trying to get some different reform bills through the state legislature, and hopefully you'll see those bills drop soon. I wanted to announce that the organization that I helped found, Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions, just passed 100 jurisdictions across the country. So we are quickly turning into a very large organization that has some sway, particularly on the Hill. We also are going to be in Arkansas in February because our Guardian Award was chosen as a People's Choice Award. And so we've been invited to give a best practice presentation at the National Association of Election Officials. I, this week, had my first EI-ISAC meeting, so I was appointed of one of 12 officials throughout the country to represent local election officials on a cybersecurity, national security, election security committee. I serve with several secretaries of state, so it is quite an honor to be a local election official serving in that capacity. And we are working on an annual report that we're hoping to sort of have as a debrief from the 2024 election and use as a tool for funding gaps, particularly for local election officials. And I will say that while I was in DC, I had the unhappy coincidence of being able to visit President Carter, who was lying in state. So, you know, I waited until the long lines were done, and I got up at 4 in the morning because he was there until 7 a.m. and it was extremely cold, but it was a nice, quiet, snowy morning in DC, and I was able to visit our former president and write some words, particularly around elections. I think, you know, President Carter was someone who really, sorry to be emotional, but he really embodied that idea that, you know, we can have democracy through peace and peace in action. And he has done incredible work in terms of the Carter Center for protecting elections. And it was really nice to see so many people giving their respects, and I did write something on our behalf, and I wanted to say that since he did pass, since we've had our last meeting, I wanted to say that, you know, he will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that about Jimmy Carter. He was a great man. Any other? Okay, I would like to suggest a short break. It's been an hour and a half since our last break, and then we'll come back and finish up. At least I'm taking a break. do a few final things. Next is election of Board of County Commission Chair for 2025. Are there nominations? I nominate Commissioner Camilla Bustamante to be chair.
Accept?
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
We have some discussion. Just, I would like to hear a speech from the candidate.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay.
I am grateful for the nomination and the opportunity to lead this distinguished Board of Commissioners who have proven their worth in standing up for our community and all that we do. And as much as I sound like I'm talking tongue-in-cheek, I actually sincerely, wholeheartedly mean it. Because I know, and I know that I am committed, as well as everyone who sits here, that we are committed to working for our communities and for serving those who entrusted us to these positions. So it's an honor, I accept it, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to lead a meeting, not get to look at the assessor's tools when they give me an address and I can go see what's around it. I have to keep my eyes on the agenda now the entire time, and I'm so grateful for that opportunity. But in all sincerity, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to lead this distinguished group. Thank you. If I'm voted in.
Yes. Any other comments? Okay, now I forget who made, I made the motion.
Commissioner Johnson seconded.
Commissioner Johnson seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Well, congratulations, Commissioner Bustamante. And would you like to nominate someone for vice chair?
If I may, I would like to nominate Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone as our vice chair.
And I will second that. You want to make a speech, Lisa?
No, I just want to thank, this is an exciting co-leadership opportunity, and I'm really honored to be amongst those of you who have been serving our communities in Santa Fe, and those of us who are new, Commissioner Johnson and I. And I think I'm happy to also learn from the chair, the current chair, and the incoming chair, and make sure we run meetings that we balance time with inclusion and efficiency and action, but also create space for communities to speak. So thank you.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we have at our next meeting a new chair and a new vice chair. Congratulations. And now, the appointment of committee commissioners and staff to boards and committees. Exhibit B under that, I think, is my suggestion of the committees. And I think we should probably go through them one at a time and just quickly decide if, because we haven't looked at this all together in any time. So, for example, start with the first one. Buckman Direct Diversion has Justin Green and me as primary, and Adam Fulton Johnson as alternate. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Coalition of Sustainable Communities. Lisa Kakari Stone is alternate. I am primary. Is that okay?
Yes.
Estancia Valley Economic Development Association. Camilla Bustamante is primary. You're okay with that?
Yes, it is in my district.
It's in your district. Extraterritorial Land Use Authority, everybody's a primary except Camilla Bustamante is alternate. That okay? All right. Local Emergency Planning Committee, Camilla Bustamante is primary, Lisa Kakari Stone is alternate. No objections?
Does that work for everyone?
Is there something we should know that?
I don't know, I'm thinking that works for everyone. I only ask because Commissioner Green has just recently if that works for Commissioner Kakari Stone, but that one, there was an interest, and I don't know. I do know that Commissioner Kakari Stone has understanding and experience in emergency response as well. So maybe this has been worked out. But
Is
It's
this,
up to you.
is this, I mean, I think we all have an interest in emergency planning because we represent constituents. Are these open meetings? Is there a need for more than one applicant? I would be interested in attending, but, I don't need to be listed on it as an alternative.
Yes, you can attend without being
All
listed.
open meetings, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Is it easy to know when it is happening?
if we're going to all attend, or three of us attend, we should
Yes, we
publicly
gotta notice
announce
it.
it. That that's going to happen.
Good point.
Is it, what is can I request that we are notified of this meeting well in advance so that if multiple of us want to attend, then the CMO can notice it for quorum reasons?
Absolutely, yeah.
To that point,
Commissioner Green.
Thanks. To that point, there are a number of meetings that sneak up on us that we don't hear about, that we do have interest, and these are boards that we don't sit on necessarily, but they are county boards. I would love it if we can have a sort of triggering sort of inquiry to all of us. By the way, this meeting is coming. Do you plan on attending, so that we can notice? So something that is so routine that whether I'm on the board and it's just a reminder, or whether I'm not on the board and it's just oh yeah, I did want to actually pay attention to this time, it would be useful for us to be able to have everything, not just the meetings, every meeting should be put out there.
Okay, well, let's move along. Santa Fe Metropolitan Planning Organization primary are Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kari Stone, and Commissioner Fulton Johnson, with Commissioner Bustamante alternate, and I am fine with that. Mid-region Regional Transportation Planning Organization, Brett Clavio and Adeline Murphy, and Transportation Planner. Do we need to state a name in there, Greg Schaefer?
Chair Hughes, I think it's by position and title, and that should be adequate once the position is filled to have that person serve as an alternate in an alternate role.
So that's by title. That's fine. New Mexico County Insurance Authority Board, Manager Schaefer, you're the primary. You're still okay being the primary?
Yes, Chair Hughes.
New Mexico County Insurance, okay. Next is North Central New Mexico Economic Development Department. We have Commissioner Green as the primary, and Lisa Kakari Stone, and Fulton Johnson.
You, actually, I think Chair Hughes, you are the alternate.
Alternate, I'm alternate, yeah, okay. Yes. Is that okay? Next is North Central Regional Transit District. We have Johnson as primary and me as alternate. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Northern Area Local Workforce Development Board. We have Bustamante as primary and Green as alternate. Northern Pueblos Regional Transportation Planning Organization. Same thing I think that's by office. The transportation planner is on that. North Central Regional Grand Heritage Area. We have this primary, Commissioner Kakari Stone, and alternate as Commissioner Johnson. Good with that?
Good.
Sorry, I'm getting down the list. ReadyNet, Commissioner Green as primary, Commissioner Johnson as alternate.
Good.
Santa Fe Audit Committee, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Green as primary and me as primary too.
A question, actually,
Yes.
to Commissioner Green. Noting the primary assignments as 7, with one alternate, I'm willing to switch from alternate to primary if you are on the last item. But I'm not asking, I'm not jumping at the bit for it, but I am noting that you have 3 more primary assignments than us.
So specifically for ReadyNet, or are you speaking of?
That's actually the one that sort of works for us to swap, but in any other case, I would be open to that if I were the alternate.
I'm pretty knee deep in a whole bunch of big ReadyNet things these days. So, and I've served as vice chair for the last 2 years. I would argue, welcome aboard, and let's get you up to speed and attend those meetings. I've been a member of ReadyNet. I was a member for Tesuque Pueblo before I was a county commissioner, and I've been involved with ReadyNet for 8 years at this point. And
so it's apropos. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get you up to speed and really have your and get you on there as much as possible. So,
thank you.
Okay, I think we were on audit committee, and maybe we approved that, but that was Justin Green and Hank Hughes as primaries. Next is the Santa Fe County Investment Committee. My understanding is that the chair and vice chair are primaries. How many alternates do we appoint?
Chair Hughes, you would appoint 2 alternates.
Okay, who wants to be an alternate? I would like to be an alternate.
I would too.
I would love to be on there, but that's
Well, you can be an alternate then.
okay. But we can rock, paper, scissors because he also wanted to be.
Well, no, I'll give up being alternate.
Oh, well.
I can still attend.
Easy enough.
Investment committee. So primaries are Commissioner Kakari Stone and Commissioner Bustamante, and the alternates are Commissioner Johnson and Green. Solid Waste Management Organization, also known as SWAMA. As primaries, we have Justin Green, Commissioner Kakari Stone, Commissioner Johnson, and alternate Commissioner Hughes. Any problem with that? Okay, and last but not least, Water Policy Advisory Committee, primary is Commissioner Bustamante. You still willing to take that? Do we need to appoint an alternate? We don't have an alternate.
Chair Hughes, the Water Policy Advisory Committee asked for 1 member of the commission to sit as a non-voting member. So right now it's just a primary,
Okay.
according to the resolution.
Okay. Well, that's the board. I guess we should approve it. If anybody has any changes last minute looking at it.
Move to approve.
Second.
If we need.
Commissioner Johnson moves to approve. Commissioner Green second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We have the boards.
Thank you.
Then matters from County Attorney, Commissioner Attorney Young.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes and commissioners. It was over last summer that I announced that I'd be moving for family reasons, but it was important for me to stay on as county attorney until we identified a replacement. And after a lengthy search, county identified Walker as that attorney, and I've known Walker for several years now, and I've been impressed by his professionalism, problem solving, and legal acumen. And so I'm excited to see what Walker is able to do and move the county forward as county attorney. It is very exciting. I wanted to thank the board and county manager for allowing me to serve. It's been an honor and a privilege. I've been, while in New Mexico, I've been general counsel at 2 state agencies and counselor for the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And I think this is my favorite job. So out of all of those, so it was really, it was a great experience, and I appreciate it. It's complicated, which Walker will soon find out, but it's a good type of complicated. I'd also like to thank the staff in the county attorney's office for their hard work and dedication, and it's just been great working with them, and as well as elected officials and department heads. Real pleasure to support them. So I guess for my last executive session, we have one item to do, and I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 NMSA 1978, specifically including acquisition of real property interests for the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System. And I think we may have an action item coming out of this executive session, but we will, that's yet to be determined.
All right, could we have a motion to go into executive session?
I will move to go into executive session to cover the items that Jeff Young, our esteemed county attorney, has set forth, and promise not to talk about anything else.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Camilla Bustamante.
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Yes.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. You're voting yes or present?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So I got
'cause
a
that
little
could be-
tired there.
that could
Got to
be-
build up my stamina here.
Yeah, okay, 5-0. We will go into executive session and then come back for a quick action item.
Sorry about that.
Unless Justin is. Okay. Well, wait a second. All right, back in session. I think we need a motion to come out of executive session.
I will move to come out of executive session, stating that we only discussed the item that the county attorney and that we said that we were going to discuss, and no decisions were made.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No? Okay, we're out of executive session. And then we're just going to move to a resolution authorizing county attorney to initiate, prosecute condemnation. And do you have a little presentation for us, ma'am?
Thank you. That's better. I'm Michelle Caskey. I'm your real property supervisor. We have been working on obtaining permanent utility easements in Nambe as part of our Pewaukee Regional Water System project. And we've been working on this since July. And we are here in front of you this evening to ask to proceed with pursuing condemnation action towards 7 property owners on this project, where we have kind of come to an impasse in moving forward towards obtaining these permanent utility easements. It is the county responsibility to obtain these easements for the Board of Reclamation project and the federal government as part of the larger scheme of things. And in some of the cases for these properties, this is just the next step necessary to move forward with the project and not experience any delays in construction. Not all of the owners are uncooperative, but there's some different things in place that just make this the necessary next step. The easements that we're pursuing are in most cases very, very small, the size of a dining room table or an area rug. And it's really just places where we are the roadway and the existing right-of-way is not wide enough to accommodate construction. And in some places, locations where we're going to be putting in fire hydrants. So it is our belief that this project is going to benefit the community and the neighborhood, even as it's drug on and some of the property owners have become bored with us in this project. But so that is what we are here, and I stand for your questions.
And Mr. Chair Hughes, I would just add to what Michelle mentioned, that we are talking about exceedingly small areas. In the first group for which Michelle and our consultants have been pursuing permanent utility easements, there's 20 in total, of which 7 are on the resolution in front of the board. In total, those 20 permanent utility easements sum to approximately 13,000 square feet of land. So again, we are talking about exceedingly small areas adjacent to roadways. We are offering to the property owners through any consensual sales as well as through the condemnation proceedings, if necessary, the fair market value as we've estimated it for those small easement areas And in addition, as Michelle mentioned, we think that on balance, having a public utility water line and fire hydrant adjacent to your property won't harm property values, and we'd suspect it would actually push in the opposite direction. Finally, would just note that the fact that you provide a permanent utility easement to the county, as I understand it, does not impact any development rights that you would have under the Sustainable Land Development Code based upon acreage, as we do not deduct out from the lot size the permanent utility easement. So I did want to make sure that those things were clear. I wanted to thank Michelle for her hard work in this area, as this has been quite a process to manage and will continue to be so moving forward. Thank you, Chair Hughes and Commissioners.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer, and thank you, Michelle. So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make the motion in a second, but just to be clear, before I do so, I want to thank the board and staff for pursuing this and giving staff as much time as possible to get to this point. This topic had come before us in the previous board in months before us, and due to the sensitive nature of this and the holiday season and a variety of factors, the board actually requested as much time as possible to negotiate on behalf of the county and this water system for these easements. We tried to look at this from every angle, including the ones that County Manager Schaefer mentioned, such as, the development rights, the value, the whether this damages any fixed improvements to the properties, a variety of things that tried to be as comprehensive and to make sure that we were looking out for the property owner's rights, but balancing it with a community-wide benefit of a regional water system here. And so we did not take this lightly. This was not a knee-jerk reaction. This has actually been before us for months. And this process has been discussed, and the real property folks at Select Row and Michelle have been knocking on doors and doing our best to do this amicably and with a handshake as opposed to a court order. But we do think that this is in the best benefit of all of the folks in the neighborhood. We do think that the amount of money that we're offering these folks is fair and more than the minimum, for sure, and that we hope that by taking this action, that maybe a few people or all of them will actually take the action and reach out to us to do this with a handshake instead of a court order. So if there's any other discussion that somebody wants to make, that's fine. If not, I will make the motion.
Your motion.
Wonderful. So I will make a motion to approve a resolution also authorizing the county attorney to initiate and prosecute condemnation proceedings to acquire specified real property interests for the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System.
I'll second it. Any more discussion? All right. Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed? Very good.
Resolution number 009.
009, very good. And announcements, anybody? Motion to adjourn?
Left.
I think I've already said my piece on that. Commissioner
on.
Green, Commissioner Hughes. But,
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good luck out there. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you. Like I said, will continue to follow the good work that the board is doing and that the county staff and they're doing, and it's going to be an exciting time as the trajectory keeps going up, I think. So, thank you.
Tune in. You know how to find us.
Yeah.
commercial-free.
I will move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.